Hey there. Hi, thank you so much for being so prompt. Mensa's been trying to get in. Let me text him. How are you both?
Oh, I'm good.
Okay, great. Yeah. I'm a little out of it, so I apologize. I had some kind of emergency came up last night, so not to do with this. Okay. Hey, Travis. If you're able, go ahead and put on your. Oh, okay. Whoops. Hey, Arham.
I had to do something real quick.
Okay. Hey, I apologize. Arham, can you hear me? If I'm saying your name wrong, tell me.
I think it says they're still connecting to audio.
Yeah. And he's a student, so I'm gonna actually have him come back in a little bit. Let me get Mensa in. Okay. Hi, Ellie. Hang on just 1 second. Arham, can you hear me? Okay, I accidentally let. Okay. Hi, Arham, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, hey. Hi, Mensa. Oh, good. He just disappeared. Maybe. Nope,
Yeah.
that didn't. Okay. Forgive me. It's nice to see you.
Yes, nice to see
We have a
you.
student who joined us early, and I want to spare him us getting organized. So,
Okay.
okay, we have the students are lining up. Oh, we got 2. Okay. Okay.
Perfect.
Let me see if I can move him back. And I apologize. Okay, so we've sent him back to the waiting room. This is good. So sorry. I had kind of
No
emergency
problem.
last night. I was explaining. So let me get Ellie. Okay, Ellie. Did I lose you? I lost Ellie. So so I'm gonna sort of ignore you for a bit, Mensa. This is Abby and Travis, and they're 2 of the students leading the slides. And I have
Great.
Ellie who can you hear me, Ellie?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh yeah, so I can hear. It's Ellie and we're that right now. Ellie, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, give me just a second. I'm gonna do a couple things. Let me quiet for a second.
Is Ellie like joining over the phone?
She may need to. And at this point, her phone's not even working. It seemed like they decided to go to the coast here, which is not always the best place for Wi-Fi. So Miko is not coming, and I'm thinking I may need to go. I will be right back because I'm not cannot hear Ellie at all for some reason. So if you guys want to just kind of introduce yourself to each other or whatever, but I'm gonna be totally not helpful for a minute and just kind of.
You're okay. Okay. Hi guys, I'm Abby. I'm eating a yogurt. Sorry. How are you guys doing?
Good, you?
I'm doing well.
Where are you guys calling in from?
Sacramento.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I did hear because you posted it once.
I'm Sacramento.
Oh, cool.
Okay. I'm calling from Lome in Togo. Togo is at the west part of Africa.
Wow, so you're far away.
Yeah. Very
Yeah.
far. Well, it's good to have you.
I'm in Pennsylvania.
Oh,
I don't even know if I don't even know if like you know like US, like I wouldn't know states and other countries. Have you ever been to the US?
No, not yet.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm on like
do you hope
the
to
East
come?
Coast. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope. And were you in Africa before? Yeah. Okay, so can we move and come back in 30 minutes?
I think so. I don't know. Yeah, I think the student leaders like doing the slideshow need to be here as soon as Pam gets back, but I think as a guest speaker you probably
Okay.
don't need to be here for another little bit. But I'm
Yeah.
not sure. I'd have to ask Pam.
Okay, perfect. Mhm.
I don't know if she
Yeah.
has like on the schedule. I'm looking
Okay.
on. Yeah. It doesn't really say. I know that that 8:45 is like registration. So for me it's 11:45. I don't know. It's in 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. So I will back within 20 minutes.
Okay. See you then. I'll let Pam know. Travis, I figured you didn't want to just like have to watch me eat.
Not really.
um, are you a high school student?
Yeah.
What grade are you in?
7th.
Okay, I'm back. Let's see who
Hello.
left hanging in the waiting room.
Mensa said he'll be back in like 20 minutes.
Yeah, no, that's great because the main people we need to get are people like Ellie.
Okay.
Okay. Cannot chat. Okay. Good. Okay, we've got Rick in. Okay. Isaac is probably going. I've asked Isaac to take Ellie's slides because I don't think it's fair to you guys.
Okay, this is good. Okay, can you guys hear me okay? Can you hear me okay? And Travis and Abby, if you don't mind, and Rickon, as you get on, if you don't mind keeping your mics on, just because they'll, I know normally mute things, but it'll help us to be able to communicate more easily.
All
I'm
right.
cool with Mensa's being off just because, you know, he's okay. So,
I
okay.
have my camera off right now because I'm actually eating a snack.
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough. Okay. Okay. And I'm going to try to clean out my computer of the things that we don't need. I just want to check and make sure we haven't gotten anybody who decided to register in the last few minutes. So that would make things even more exciting. Okay, great. So my plan is to go ahead, and it's going to be a little clunky today, I apologize, but is to go ahead and get things set up so that you'll, I'll be the one leading the slides. So you'll essentially cue me like we talked about.
All right.
Does anybody have any questions for me at this point?
Yeah, I'd like those napkins that you sent, that you told us to get last night.
Yeah,
What if you couldn't get them?
you know, I have a premonition. Last training we did, this was great. I have a premonition there's going to be enough, and I apologize to anybody who went out and got that there's going to be enough challenges today. We may need to just scoop that time up. So don't worry about it. If you have a white shirt, you can use that, or Sharpies. If you don't, just kind of help the students go through it. So what we've ended up with is, if I'm remembering my count correctly, is 6 students. So essentially what's going to happen is you're going to have pairs. I need to get my notes over where I can see it. Okay. So we've got, I'm just going to run through. I don't usually do this, but I think it'll help. Jean Fritz, who's going to be in his own group, basically with Abby and with some of the volunteers. He's a 30-year-old agronomist student from Haiti. And then we have a cluster of younger ones who are going to be in the middle group, 2 from the same school, and a couple from other places, and then the youngest group. So our youngest is 10. Okay. So, just trying to see where I'm going to need to have it. So give me a second. Okay, I need to do something. I'm going to pop out for just a second. Okay. Yes. Okay, we've got Ellie is coming in. I'm going to go ahead and admit our volunteers, just so we can kind of check in. Can you hear us, Ellie? Him and say hi, Jean Felix. Excuse us, we're having some technical difficulties to be expected, but it's going to be challenging today. I apologize. Hi, Julia.
Hi, Pam. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you great.
Great. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Let's see if we can get Rob on here. I may need to go help him with that. Okay, so if you guys, Ellie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so I'm trying to see if Ellie can hear me. She's calling in, so she may not have access to camera or Wi-Fi. Can you hear me, Ellie? Trying. Okay, I'm gonna go help Rob. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I can hear. Actually,
You're muted.
Pam, you're muted.
Sorry, it's because I was running off, but yeah, thank you. Yeah, so this is how we're gonna do this. Everybody help each other. So yeah, if you so yeah, Ellie, if you're able to hear us, you and I can communicate by, like, when you're ready to cue the slide, just be really clear with me. Like, next slide is totally fine. So I'm gonna go help Rob get on. I will be right back. But you guys want to visit and just chat, that'd be cool.
Good morning, guys. I already said hi to Travis and Mensa, but I haven't, and I guess I've met Ricken at the meeting before, but I haven't met the rest of you. So hi, I'm Abby.
hi.
Hi.
Where are you guys from?
I'm from
Julio.
Beaverton, Oregon.
Sorry. Julio from Haiti.
From Haiti, cool. Oregon.
Okay.
Wait, so what time is it in Haiti right now?
And now it's 11:30
Okay, so you're on the
a.m.
same.
a.m. Yeah,
Yeah,
a.m.
you're on the same line as you're on the same time zone as me
Okay.
because I'm on the east coast of the U.S.
And why does it say that Rob's in the waiting room and I can't find him? Okay, this is not good. Okay, that's just weird. Okay. Okay, so we gotta, oops. That's just weird. Okay, Isaac and Rob are not, I wonder if they've got the wrong link. Okay. Oh, no, we've got Isaac. Where's Rob? Okay, I will. Hey, okay, we're getting there. It's the first challenge to get everybody connected. Okay. And I'm all just like, aim your camera, and I keep just seeing the middle of my neck. So I think I can get my head in there too. Okay. So it looks like we're doing decent, I think. So I'm gonna just make sure. So I've got the slideshow handy. Okay. Let's see. Just sending the folks a message in the waiting room. One thing that will be interesting to see is how many, if any, parents we get. Because I'm not seeing them popping up in the waiting room yet, for example. Does anybody have any questions for me? Not that I will have answers, but any questions?
So the
yeah,
I did have a question. So the
Yeah,
older group, like the group that I'm doing, is is just going to be one person and then volunteers. I mean, volunteers are people. I'm a person. You know what I mean?
I know you mean. I mean, you're making me feel much better because I'm going to say a lot of things, something like that today. Like you're talking to the person who has a printer that doesn't work, and I just reprinted the page that I already have. So it's like that's not the way to use my printer. But okay, so we're gonna try that once more. I'm like, why did it only print that page? Because I told it to. Okay. So I want to go over because I was originally saying we were having a sort of tech meeting with everybody, and then I didn't do that because wanted to respect everybody's really busy schedules. So this is especially for our friends like Jean-Felix. We're the email that I sent way too late, and I apologize for this, shows the way that each of us is going to be put into a group with others. So except for me, who's going to be trying to learn to bop between them. So for example, on the agenda, if you're able to pull up, it has a lot of challenges. However, if you go down to, it's going to come at about the top of page 2. So what we're going to have is we're going to have the see outer group. This made a lot more sense when we had like stamps and you could have see outer to remind yourself, but just try to stick this in your head. It's going to be Travis, Isaac, Jean-Felix and Julio are all going to be together with you. And you have, I believe it was either 2 or 3 students. Yeah. So you're going to have, for example, Arham, Judah, and oh yeah, you guys have the big group. Bargov and Kirti. Bargov and Kirti are from the same school. Thanks to their science teacher, they made it. Then we've got Pacific Walruses. So that's the younger group. So you've basically got 10-year-olds to 13-year-olds. Then we've got the middle group, which Ellie's going to be in charge of. Ricken, she may need some extra help just because of not being on camera, but she's a really strong leader. Also, you guys are all going to be great. So you've got Halen, who's 14 from Florida. The 2 from the same school are Beaverton, by the way. Judah's from Portland. Arham is from New York. Halen's from Florida. Mariam is the sister of 3 who trained with us originally, and she's from Tigert. She's 15. And then Kanki, who we're going to let in, is going to kind of hang out a bit with Jean Fritz and company, but she's in the middle of exams and really, really, really wanted to be part of this. So we said, you know, yeah, you can just kind of come and go a little bit. She's not really doing the training, but she's gonna join us for a little bit. I hope that helps some. Let's see, anything time-wise. One of the, excuse me, I have AirPods in, so you should still be able to hear me. I need to go grab a stapler before I drop these. So one thing that may be a little challenging is just the timing, because normally I'm able to help move things along and look over a group. And so I'm going to be especially reliant on the main group leaders and then each of you on your assistants, including our folks like Julio, to help you kind of keep on schedule for time, because the closer we can keep to time, the easier everybody's going to feel at the end of the day. And there's always a risk that we'll lose students if we go too long. Oh, wow, I think we have Kalina. Oh, that's probably Isaac. I'm confused. Isaac, are you already on? I think he might be showing up as Diane. Okay, is that Isaac on Diane?
Isaac is trying to get
okay.
on. If
Yeah,
he
the
doesn't,
problem was, my apologies, he's here. Okay, my apologies, Isaac. I did not spot that you were showing up as Diane. So, okay. You can go in and go up to the participants, pull up the participants from the bottom bar. You can change your name from Diane to Isaac if you want temporarily, okay? There's a more button on the side of your name, which, okay. Everybody else looks set. Okay. So for example, what we technically are giving ourselves to 8:45 before we have to let everybody else in, or at least we're going to try to be on schedule for that. So I want to really quickly run through how this exercise. Isaac, sorry for getting you late. It looks like you're still connected to audio. Once you are, if you have any questions, just jump in and I'll stop. So I'm gonna pull up the table, which I think we're gonna stick with the version that is on Google Docs. It's a little more cumbersome. So I'm gonna share the screen so you guys can see this. And I'm thinking just to make it easier for you. Well, I don't know if it's easier if you have to see me struggle, but it's probably easier. If you're like me, it's easier to see me struggle than you struggle. So I'd rather take some of that away from you. So this is how we're gonna do the table. Those of you who have done World Cafe, this is gonna look really familiar. We tweaked it a little bit and we got new data. But essentially what we're doing is we've got our 6 continents that we're gonna use. And we're going to ask, you guys are going to lead the discussion, but let's say, Abby, you know, for example, let's, why don't you pretend that you're the leader and everybody else in the room is students? So just if you can kind of jump in and say, you know, like how many people, if you were, you know, 20 people in the world, or all the people in the world, how many of them do you think live in, say, Africa? Would you just kind of take it away and I'll show you what I'm going to do while you lead.
Oh, like now?
Yeah, like let's just do it like a 2-minute simulation because I think that'll make this
Okay.
still a lot easier when it comes up.
Okay. So what we're going to do is scale down the population of the world to 20 people, and divide that up between, we're going to make some guesses. It's okay if we're a little bit off. Divide it up between how many people we think are in each continent. So first, like if the whole world was 20 people, how many people do you think live in Africa?
And this is where a great thing, which I didn't think to mention, is that when you start this exercise, Isaac, are you still having trouble connecting to audio? Yeah, looks like it. Rob, can you tell Isaac to go on his phone instead of that computer? I'm afraid that computer's going to cause some grief. Okay, so perfect. So you say
Can
that. So what we're gonna, yeah, go
Oh,
ahead,
can I
Rob.
tell Isaac to just go on this computer since there's no parents? I can listen in.
Let's keep you primarily on that computer for now, but maybe you guys could just share for the moment. Okay.
Okay.
But I would say Isaac should connect by his phone. We should just give up on, we have a 2009 computer that we gave a friend and we're trying to use it because we're a computer short in our family. Okay. So anyway, and Ellie, I think for this, is it okay if we have Rickon in your group lead this exercise?
Yeah.
And great. Okay. And the thing I was going to mention, I know it's like standard procedure to say turn off your mics, but unless you're, you know, eating and you have folks observing Ramadan, definitely keep your camera and mic on the whole time because it's really good. It's just going to make things go more smoothly. Okay. So how many, so if you guys can just kind of shout out, so I'm going to pretend I'm Abby at the moment. Just, yeah, shout out how many of those 20 you think live in Africa? Like almost bullseye. Julio, what do you think? And if they don't immediately respond, call on them. Be merciless. How many do you think, Julio? No wrong answers.
Okay.
120, 7.
I don't have an exact idea number in my mind.
Okay. Okay. So sometimes you may have to
almost for
measure
the
it. So who would like to try?
For the Caribbean, maybe I have, but for the Africa, but you know, 1 billion. Maybe I don't have any.
Okay. So Abby, would you? This is totally what could happen and what we're doing. Okay, you guys are wonderful tests. So Abby, can you go back and explain again about that? Because you explained it really, really well. I thought.
If we're estimating 1 billion out of like the world population is like 7 billion, what we're gonna do here is we're scaling the entire population down to 20 people. So we're like, if there were 20 people in the entire world, how how many would live in Africa. So if we're saying like 1 billion out of 7 billion, we'll say like 1/7 of 20, which I can't do that in my head. So that's going to be like 3 people that we'll say are in Africa.
Yeah, exactly. So keep trying to bring it really simple, because remember, although we've got some really smart folks on this call, there are going to be, at some point, you're going to hit, 9-year-olds who are not going to understand fractions or billions. So, yeah. So like, let's see, Lizzie, do you think half the people live in Africa? What do you think, Ricken? Do you think like half people, or how many out of 20 do you think would live in Africa? My upper corner. How
Out of
many?
20, I would probably say like 4 or 5, honestly, because
Okay, so we're gonna stick. Let's start with that. We can just move on. Okay, what do we think about Asia? Yeah, just shout it out.
8.
8. Okay, so try to get full participation. 2, 3, 4. Okay, I'm trying to make sure I got enough people. Okay, we gotta. So, if it's easier for you, you can just put in 8. I'm trying to make this more visual, because the thing that we normally do with bins and stuff is very visual. But you can also put like the numbers if that'll help you keep track. Okay, so just some tips for this. What you're seeing already. Try to, just like Abby did, if you imagine that all the people in the world were only 10, or we're only 20, and then you go on to the next one. So let's imagine all the wealth in the world that's divided into 10 pieces, like $10 bills, 10 euros. Who has what wealth? So let me just skip down. Hey, Isaac. And by the way, so after you talk about the population, you're going to come back and you're going to use your chart to actually tell them what it is, so that you'll be able to give them the data. But it helps to have people really thinking and grappling with this and realizing. So like Mensa, what do you think? What, like, if you have all the wealth in the world were divided in 10 pieces, if you put on 10 credit cards, where would those 10 credit cards be? Like, how many would be in South America?
I think in South America, we maybe 5, we can say.
5. Okay.
Yeah,
Is that
5.
5?
Let me see.
Okay. And Rick and I know
1,
that
2,
Ellie was
3,
going to
4.
lead this. Ellie, you can back him up. So if you can turn to your, where are we in time? We're doing pretty well. Okay. You can turn to your sheet that shows you exactly what the answer is to that question. I need to double check something with you guys. Can you still see the table when I did what I just did? Can
Yeah.
you still see
Yeah,
the table? Okay,
yeah.
that's what I thought. Okay, so I can do stuff I need to do, like run and get a form up, and it's not going to bother you. So that's good. Okay. So yeah, grab your, make sure you've got your world, your who has what sheet up, so then you can give back to them what in fact is the truth. Okay. So if you don't have that up now, this is good. I'm going to stop the screen share, but that's basically how we
Email.
do that. Yeah. So all this stuff is you have in that the email, you have a link where you sign in to the protected part of the website.
Okay, so it's not a date. All right.
Yeah.
Wait,
So most of them are going to be PDFs. The only thing which are going to be doc forms, because that's a little bit harder sometimes, are the things that you had to edit for some reason. So for example, what I could do, if that's helpful, because I'm getting the feeling that might be, is I can send out to that group email with everybody the PDF of things. So let me turn you guys can chat or whatever you want to do. I'm going to just kind of go offline for a second so I can concentrate and do this stuff. Okay. Uh-oh. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. So I just emailed, I think, everything that you'll need, but downloading it from the website is for the future, your best bet. And I'm a big fan of paper for this kind of stuff because it's just too many things, I think, to juggle electronically. I have, an old iPad I was going to try and use. So the table you do have, I did not email it to you, but I'm going to actually run it because we've got a small enough group. I think it's going to be less hassle if I pull the table up. So I think we may keep people together in one big group for that. Abby, are you comfortable leading that for the group as a whole? And I'll just kind of manipulate the people.
Yeah, definitely.
And carbon and stuff. Okay, let's do that. Any other way that I can help? Okay. I may or may not be tracking the chat well, just to let you know. My eyes are hurting, so okay, I kind of want to get people in. It looks like we may be getting some parents. Gotta get Orla in. Okay. I'm gonna get Conkian. I'm gonna find out how I should pronounce this. Hey, Orla. Okay. So let's get her in because she's kind of not quite a student, not quite a volunteer right now. Okay, any last questions for me before we start letting people in so we can chat and get to know them? Hi.
Hi.
Welcome. Hey, we put you in the middle space between volunteers and students for today. Since you can't do the training, thought at least we let you hang. Can you tell me how you say your first name though?
Oh, sure. Yeah, so my first name is Tanchi. I know it's very unique. Yeah. So
Yeah,
fine
no.
if I pronounce it correctly.
So
thank you. Yeah, no, if it helps any, our last name can be miswritten about 10 ways, which is pretty amazing for a 6-letter word, and it's pronounced at least 3 ways, and even the family can't figure out what it is. So it's like there's the East Coast version, the West Coast version, and probably the original version. Okay.
Can you say it one more time?
So
is it
yeah,
Chanxi?
please.
It's Tanchi.
Chanxi.
Tanchi. Something like that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah.
And I'm gonna guess that there's gonna be some of us who are gonna mispronounce our friend whose last name looks like the word forge in English. Would you like to say your name for us? We've lost you on the camera. Okay, I'll do my best. So this is Julio. He's from Haiti. If you guys want to go around and just introduce yourself real quick, and then we'll let the other folks in. Abby, you want to start? And so this is, yeah, just I would say jump in, say your name, and call on somebody else to, like, say where you're from, and like you were doing earlier.
Okay. Hi. My name's Abby. I'm from Pennsylvania. I'm a Penn State student. And I will call on Isaac.
Hello, I'm Isaac. I'm a facilitator with YAE, and I'm in Beaverton, and I'm from Beaverton.
And I just thought, we should really let everybody else in, but I did want to say something to you, Tanchi, before we go. So I would say just hang out for when you need to go. Miko and I talked last night, and she really needs to do some other things today. And we have this amazing wealth of people. So thank you so much, everybody, for coming. I can't believe you're not all bailing, given time differences and the lack of students and all. Rob, when we had one student, which we had for like no students, and then we had one student for like 2 weeks, and I tried not to rip my hair out, and a really nice student, and he's like, we should do a tech rehearsal, but essentially this will be a lot. It's gonna be easier to do this with, a handful of students than if we had 36. So let's get them in, and then we'll continue where we'll have Abby pick it up again and pass it on. Okay. Or maybe actually, if you can pass it to Tanchi first, just because I know you have to go really soon. Okay, let me let him in.
No, no worries. Actually,
okay.
I'm so sorry.
Oh yeah, no, go ahead.
Oh, just actually my meeting, I found out it actually starts at like 1:30. So I have, half an hour or
Okay.
something like that. So,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
no-
well,
no-
and your schedule puts you in the beginning and end, which is pretty good. Can't find link to parents breakout room. Yeah, okay. There's no link to the parents breakout room. Hey, welcome everybody. So unlike most Zoom meetings for the moment, everybody, well, you can leave your camera on pretty much the whole time, unless you're eating, because we have at least one person who is fasting for Ramadan. So we want to spare them having to watch us eat if you need to eat. I have a weird tradition for these events, which it seems to always involve fasting, not intentionally, just like to get the food in time. But we're just going to go around and introduce, have everybody introduce yourself. So stick your camera on. Hey, Arham, I don't know if it's possible to get you right side up, but you're upside down on my side. That may be kind of strange for.
I made
probably okay,
myself
but
upside down.
You
Yeah, it's
did,
possible.
okay.
I can turn myself right
kind
side
of-
up and sideways as well.
Yeah, I might need that.
Awesome.
There you go, Travis. Yeah, okay, you guys would be great together. Okay, that's your group leader, by the way, the upside down folks. Okay,
Oh, sweet.
so if you can turn your camera on, I'm gonna be quiet and we're gonna let Abby take off the introductions. Hey, Jean-Fitz, welcome.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so we're just gonna kind of go around in the semi-circle. It's gonna be a little harder on Zoom, but go for it, Abby. Tell us your like your name, a little bit about what you're from, where you're from.
Okay. Hi, I'm Abby. I'm from Pennsylvania in the United States. I'm a Penn State student, so I'm a sophomore in college. And Isaac and Pam were here last year before the pandemic, and we did a YAE, and it was really exciting. So I'm super excited you guys are all here. I'm gonna pass it off to Shanxi.
Oh, hi everyone. My name is Tanchi, and I'm a student at Brown University, which is in Providence, Rhode Island. Yeah, and I'm also the co-organizer of TEDx Crown Trees for Ireland, which is happening on April 29th. So welcome everyone to our conference. And yes, I'm really excited to be here. So I will popcorn it to Orla Farrell.
Hey, Orla.
You're muted.
Yep. Okay. And then we're gonna go back to that robot. Hey, Orla.
Hi.
Orla.
How's
And everybody,
everyone?
feel free to get off mute. We'll just be quiet.
Yeah.
Good.
Great to see you. I'm Orla Farrell of the Easy Treesy project. So we're planting 1 million trees in Ireland, part of the Trillion Tree World Challenge. And we've planted 200,000. 100,000 of them last month in March. So Tanchi is with me, and it was brilliant to be here. Thank you, Pam.
Yay, thank you. Sorry for me if I'm being, it's just like, I'm so tired, but like half of you I haven't seen for years, and it's so nice to see you. Who are you gonna call in, Orla? Me? I'll take me. Okay, so I'm Pam. The person who is organizing Youth Acting for Earth. And I started joking and cracking up when Abby said how we were back there before the pandemic in Pennsylvania, because I kind of think we were like on that first wave of the pandemic. It's a longer story, but yeah, Rob wasn't feeling so well. In retrospect, had no idea because there were like one case in all of the western half of the US at that point, but I think they might have been on the plane with us. Maybe me too. So, but we got our first vaccine. We're getting there. I'm gonna throw it off to Rob, aka Isaac.
Hi. Well, Isaac, you introduced yourself just a second ago, but you want to introduce yourself
We're gonna do a redo, yeah.
really quickly again because there's new people that came on.
Hello, I'm Isaac. I'm a leader for Youth Acting for Earth and co-founder along with my mom. I am a freshman at Howard University, and I am from Beaverton, Oregon in the United States.
Okay. Just we're copying Leaf on this. Okay, so you get to pick somebody to call it. Oh, your dad's gonna laugh.
Okay.
got
Well,
it.
I'm Rob. I'm Pam's husband. I'm Miko and Isaac's dad. I'm usually the one that carries the luggage when we physically go off to these trainings, but I have a different role here virtually. I don't have to carry the luggage anymore. Anyhow, it's good to see all of you. And I'm going to go looking at the screen and I see Travis. I'll point it to you. Why don't you introduce yourself, Travis?
Hello, I'm Travis. From Sacramento, California, and yeah, I mean, I can't really think of anything else. So
I think you have a story you might be sharing later about the day after your training, but
yeah.
Travis is a real trooper because he did the training back in 2017. And we've been trying to get that group together in California. So we're so glad to have you in spite of the lapse.
So let's go with Judah.
Hi, I'm Judah. I'm 12 years old and started a new year. I'm doing this for my bar mitzvah project. So yeah.
Great.
Yeah,
And I had a little trouble hearing you, Judah. I pretty much could hear everything, but feel free to speak up or put your volume up wherever you need to do. Get close to the mic. Hey, Mukta, nice to see you. So yeah, call on somebody else, Judah.
Is it Arham?
Having trouble hearing you. Oh, Arham? Yeah.
Yeah.
Take it away, Arham.
So I'm Arham Ahmed.
I think I remember what state you're from. Can you tell us your state?
New York.
And you're part of a homeschool network with Levi, is that right? Do you know Levi? Or you're just family just heard about it from him?
I don't know.
Okay.
I do homeschool.
Mm-hmm.
I've been homeschooling since 3rd grade. I'm currently in 5th grade right now.
Welcome. Who would you like to call out on who hasn't spoken yet? Actually, how about maybe Ellie? Because she's kind of stuck out there without having a camera on or the ability to put the camera on. Do you want to call on Ellie?
My name's Ellie and I'm from Beaverton, Oregon. I'm still in high school. I go to Westview, but in the fall I'll be going to American University in DC. And
cool. I'm going to help you out. How about you call on Mariam?
Okay.
Mariam? Hey, Mariam, can you hear us?
Mariam,
Okay.
mic isn't working.
Oh.
So, yeah, Mariam, introduce
yeah.
yourself in the chat if you want.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah, if you're comfortable introducing yourself in the chat, we'd love to have that.
Yeah.
That's okay.
And I can add a little bit if that's okay, Mariam. You probably don't remember me, but or maybe you'll remember Isaac, but you were at Abraham's tent camp back in 2015 when we did our first training. They wouldn't let the younger kids do it at that point, so you didn't get to. I was retelling the story to your mom, but your older siblings took the training. So yeah, it's been a while. Kirti, do you want to go next? Oh yeah, okay. So she's saying, I'm gonna read this for Ellie because she can't see. I'm Mariam from Tigert, Oregon. I live near a forest with newts. Ah, cool. Kirti, do you want to go next? And if I've mispronounced your name, please correct me. Can you hear us okay? Trying to remember to check the chat. Oh dear, please not. let in a person. I'm sorry. I think we got a parent here. Hey, welcome. We're just going around and introducing ourselves, and I apologize, we kind of left you there for a bit. Kirti, do you want to go ahead and, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can.
Oh, good, yeah, introduce yourself.
So I'm Kirti and I'm from Portland, Oregon.
Hey, welcome. You go to ISB, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Who do you want to call in? Okay, how about, and I apologize, you just went off camera, but I think your parent who just joined us. And I can't, I think it's Sundara-san. Do you want to put your camera on and just
Yeah.
introduce yourself for a second?
Good
Yeah,
morning.
And tell us who you're the parent of. We're gonna have parents go off in just a minute, but who are you the parent of?
My kid is Bhargav.
Great. Actually, we haven't gotten to him yet. Would you mind calling on him?
No, he's there. He's already
Oh, okay.
joined.
Sorry,
Yeah,
we're doing kind of like introduce each other thing as best one can do
Yeah.
in Zoom. We saw
yeah.
do this.
Let me ask him to
Marcos,
raise
would
his
you?
hands. Let me ask him to raise his hands. Bhargav, can you raise your hands?
Hello, I'm Bhargav, and I'm in 7th grade at ISB in Beaverton, Oregon.
Great, welcome. Yeah, I'm so glad your teacher told you and Kirti about it. Yeah, so who do you want to pick on who hasn't gone? If you can remember who, we're getting fewer.
Did Ricken go?
No, I have not, but I can go.
Okay. Yeah,
My name
please.
is Rick. I'm a sophomore at State College Area High School. So just like one school she's at the college, I'm at the high school in Pennsylvania.
Nice. Okay, I'm gonna just go ahead and start calling people because I think I've got, if I forget somebody, let me know. Mensa, I think you met people earlier, but if you didn't introduce yourself to the full group, that'd be great. Oh, Mensa? Okay, we'll go back to Mensa. Oh, there you are. Hey, do you want to introduce yourself for us?
Okay. My name is Mensa Kwame Cheje. I'm from Togo in West Africa. So I'm the regional director of Earth Guardian in Africa since 2015. And I'm very happy to be part of this meeting today. And I thank Pam for inviting me to this meeting. I see very amazing people here. I hope the fight for climate, for our common value we share about protecting environment will be a success. And thank you, Pam, for this initiative. I'm very glad to be here.
Thank you so much for being here, Mensa. I really appreciate it. And for those of you who know about the Federal Youth Climate Lawsuit, we're going to come back to this later, but if you are part of Earth Guardians, that makes you automatically a plaintiff in the lawsuit. It's a really kind of special situation. So we'll have to see if we can squeeze some time in for that to talk about that later. And Isaac is one of the plaintiffs. We had a couple others who wanted to join us but weren't able to. Jean-Felix, would you go next?
Hi everyone, I'm Jean-Felix Ntango. I'm from Rwanda, but currently I'm living in France with my family. I'm an advocate for environment. This opportunity to thank Pam for having invited me to this event. I'm looking forward to hearing and sharing with all of you from where you are, share experience and share also ideas as in this fight for climate preservation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jean-Felix. Julio?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, great.
Hi to everybody. I'm Julio Forge from Haiti, and I'm an agronomist, and I'm working with children, kids like the age about 10 to 16, maybe, yeah, 10 to 16. And we are working on environmental issues, like how they can protect the environment. Because in Haiti, we have two big problems, deforestation and garbage proposal. That can, I'm very excited to be with you today.
So glad to have you here. I get to meet Julio. Well, if we get a chance to talk about how all of you connected, but it's some nice stories there. Jean-Felix, would you speak?
Yeah, I know him. I met him personally, but we talked together because he's in the south too. But at Miragwan, the area in the south of Haiti.
Yeah, so if you want, I can make a short presentation about myself.
That'd be great. Yeah, just like everybody else is doing would be wonderful.
Okay, so I am Jean-Felix Milien. I am from Haiti. I am an agronomist and permaculture also. So I used to be interested in this kind of activities. So when yesterday when I saw this on Facebook, because I am a friend of agronomist Julio, and I said to myself, I would like to get register, and I did it. So because this topic, the global warming, is a global issue. So I think that everybody should get involved. Everybody should try to play their part, so that we can bring a solution to that. So
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mukta, thank you.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah.
Right. So I'm Mukta, and I'm the country coordinator of Bangladesh Water Partnership, and I am very pleased and honored to be with you today at the training. And I can't wait to enjoy the presentations from the leaders, young leaders, of course. Yes, that's it for now.
Great. Okay. And we're missing one person who I just sent a message to. He's a few time zones away from here, so I'm hoping he's going to join us, but Wasif. So, and we're missing David too. So I'm going to be trying to keep an eye on the waiting room to make sure I don't leave them sitting there for no reason. Buddy, I believe, is also going to be joining us. We might have lost him, and there's some talk of cleanup, but I'll fill you guys in about them if we get them in. Okay.
But he's over here.
Oh, hey, man. You guys are all supposed to be, didn't you read the memo? You're all supposed to be. I love bringing people together, and weirdly for this thing, I think we're supposed to send you in your own room, because I keep hearing those guys talking like there's a bad feedback loop going on in our house. But hey, welcome. Badi, tell us about yourself.
Hi, my name's Badi. I'm 18 years old. I'm a freshman in college. I'm at Howard University with Isaac. And this is my second training event.
Great. I'm going to go looking for David, but first, I'm just going to get us started. So I want to mention, this is because it's the first time we've done Zoom training. And I did not ask, or maybe was afraid to ask whether people are okay with it going long. We're going to try really hard to stay on time. We are already 13 minutes behind and we're still looking for a couple of people, but I think we're doing great. So all the leaders are going to try to help the pace kind of keep going, but just bear with us as we're kind of working through having done this for the first time. At least I'll tell you what, we're ahead of former Vice President Al Gore. They have done a training on Zoom, but not for the US yet. So I'm mentoring that next week. So we're trying to catch up, but yeah, it's been a long time since the Pennsylvania one. So let me get if I need. So I'm gonna just kind of do a little bit more intro real quick. One of the things, and I'm gonna start with an apology, because one of the things we stress and we learn is like the value of leading without notes. And I'm going to immediately break that, unfortunately, but I want to make sure I don't miss anything important. So there's a tradition that is starting to develop in the US. And this is kind of part of that. I'm going to tell you that I stand on what are and were never given to the US, the lands of the native people. And I apologize if I mispronounce any of this, but the Atfalati, the Kalapuya, the Cowlitz, and the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde people. And as you heard, I am co-founder, or the crazy person, whichever you want to call it, behind Youth Acting for Our Earth. And one problem we have in the US that we're trying to do is to help Americans and help each other to acknowledge the native people who came before us and to help them protect the earth of which we're all a part. I'm going to mention a couple things about this youth conference, like I said, we may give us apologies, but we might end up doing things like skipping the art project if we feel like we're not keeping the schedule. We really will try. We're going to send the parents off with Rob. I believe we have one parent at the moment. If any of you who have parents who are available, I know, for example, that Judah's father already had a previous commitment. He couldn't break. Any parents, you can get them to join on their own device with the same link, even if they can't get on for a half hour. We can help them find their way to the parents' meeting. Okay, yeah, we're a lot more than you might think. We're going to have you keep your mic on, and definitely want to keep your Zoom where you can see people. Oh, I think we just got somebody joining us, so let me just see. Yay! Oh, Orla must have need to get back in. Okay, and we're going to have 2 breaks, and when we do have a mid-morning break and a lunch break, if you are going to eat, do turn your camera off for that. To support folks who are fasting for Ramadan. If you need water though, get it, because I don't want anybody passing out on us, and I could be the first one to go if I don't have water. So my apologies for that. We're also gonna have you skip virtual backgrounds because we just want to see you and your space is totally perfect. So one thing that's really important to know is that, and this is more important when we're together in a physical space, but in a way, we're going to treat the space the same way we want to treat the planet. And you guys will all do that, I know, just being kind to each other, good listeners. And if you're shy, let us help you be less shy. And if you talk too much, you can help us let you talk less. So we'll try to support each other in whatever way we need to. Okay, YAE leaders, take it away. I'm going to pull up the slideshow and then we will be set. Give me one last look in the waiting room. Oh, okay, great. Thanks, Abby, for sharing that in the chat. Oh, Buddy is here separately. Okay, let's get him in. And let me just real quick message David. Because I know this time, you know, the US folks have a big problem with time because of the 3-hour difference, but we've got folks for whom they're kind of getting ready to go to bed right now. So we got Isaac on his own spot. Okay, we're getting there, guys. Okay, So before the leaders lead, we're gonna split people into waiting rooms. So bear with me while I do this. So we're gonna try and send parents off with Rob. And hopefully everybody joined with the email that they emailed with us, or we are gonna have some extra challenges. So give me a sec. Let me stop the screen share so I can see what I'm doing. This is like this magic thing where I'm going to make people go away. And we hope that I make only the people go away and that they find each other on the other end. There must be some kind of weird thing, wonderful thing about this. Okay, cross your fingers and hope it worst comes to worst, join back in on that link, okay? Cross fingers, here we go. Okay, I'm with everybody. I want to see, did we lose Rob and the dad? Oh, shoot. I think I might have sent a kid off to the parents' room. Yeah, good move. I just sent the kid. Sorry. Okay, take two. Where are you? There you are. Okay. 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 Why is he still there? That didn't work. Oh, there he goes. Okay, I think we did it. Okay, first major thing done. Okay. So I talked to a bunch of different people who have used Zoom a lot. Like, how do you make rooms within rooms within rooms? No one knows this. So we did some pilot testing. Okay, now we're ready for real. Just need to remember what I did with the slideshow. Okay. Can you see the slides okay?
Yep, I see the
Abby?
slides.
Yay. Okay, take it away. And
Alright.
one tip before we start, the little box with the speaker, with the, I had meant to be able to spotlight both of you. I will try to figure out that while you speak, but you can grab that with your like cursor and move it out of your way if you can't see the slide.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, Abby.
Okay, no, that's okay. You're good. Hi everyone. Thanks so much for coming. So I'm gonna start us off. We're here for a youth climate training to learn about climate change with youth acting for our Earth. I'm super excited that we were able to organize this and that you guys made the commitment and came here virtually, even though I know we're in a bunch of different places across a bunch of different time zones. But this is a really important issue because for children and youth and adults too, the climate crisis is already deeply affecting our present and our future, as we know, but we can take action even in the face of this challenge. We know that young people need to step forward. And in today's presentation, we're going to cover three things. First, what is the climate crisis? And second, why we should take action. And finally, how can we help? So I'm going to let the team introduce themselves. Pam, I don't know if we've all introduced ourselves already.
Yeah, I think you're okay going.
Okay, so yeah, I'm Abby. This is the youth climate leaders. You've heard from us already. Yeah. Next slide, please.
Thank you.
We're going to start with answering the question, what is the climate crisis? And by the time we're done, you'll basically be the me in this situation. You'll be able to go teach other people about the climate crisis. Yeah, and that's how we can get this out as much as possible. What the climate crisis is basically a series of changes in the world that are putting people and the rest of the planet at risk. So climate change is caused by creating more carbon and other greenhouse gases than our environment can support. So we see in the slide, in the graphic, when fossil fuels are burned, greenhouse gases, including carbon dioxide, are released into the atmosphere, and they can stay there and trap heat for several hundred years. So you see carbon dioxide is CO2 for short. So we see on the unnatural cycle side, we see us burning fossil fuels to make things, travel, heat our homes, use electronics. And we've been doing that since the 1800s, and we've burned so much fossil fuels that temperatures have risen worldwide and causing a lot of dangerous impacts because it's not part of the natural cycle of the Earth. But what we can do is we can act now to try to keep things from getting much worse and to try to restore the Earth. So until recently, like I said, with the natural cycle of things, the Earth was blessed with a perfect atmosphere. It's like a blanket that was just the right warmth. It reflects just enough of the sun's heat and holds just enough in so that the Earth's temperature is perfect for supporting a diversity of life. So all of the animals, plants, and importantly, supporting human life. This blanket is made of greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide and water vapor and methane. And you can see this when the sun's rays come down to the Earth, some of them are reflected off and some of them stay trapped underneath. And it makes it not too hot or not too cold, but just right. And then next slide, please, with pollution. With pollution, humans have been adding more greenhouse gases, making that blanket of the atmosphere thicker. And when it's thicker, more heat gets trapped inside. So it's like if you're in a room that should be comfortable, but you put on a super heavy coat, that's what we did to the Earth. Your coat traps in your body heat, you start feeling way too hot. So the extra insulation has caused the Earth's temperature to rise, and this is the basis of the climate crisis. And we can already see the consequences. So, for example, if we're looking at the northern part of the Earth more closely, we can see the Arctic ice and Greenland ice. The Greenland ice sheet is on land. So when ice, that's that piece to the right, when the ice stored on land melts, glaciers, like glaciers, water flows into the ocean and causes sea levels to rise. And the world only has to be a couple of degrees warmer than it should be for the ice like that in the Greenland ice sheet to melt. And then if this happens, the sea levels could rise by 20 feet or so. Nearly 1 of every 2 people, about half of people, would lose their homes under the water. Yeah. So that's, yeah. Now, okay, I'm gonna, so this photo, I think I might have said already, is from 1980. Can I just get like show of hands? Is this like how you generally picture the Arctic? I can't see everyone because I'm presenting, but like, okay, a couple people, yeah. Okay, so the next slide, this is how the Arctic looks now, or actually in 2012. So it would be even a little bit more depleted by now. So this picture was taken in 2012. It shows the change that happened in 30 years. A lot of the Arctic ice cap is gone. That's a big piece of ice that's melted off into the ocean. So this area is larger than the United States. What's left is thin and melting more quickly. And one of the dangers, besides the sea level rise, is the reflectivity potential of the Arctic. So, like I said, this is a big piece of ice. If you have a white T-shirt on versus a black T-shirt,
Hey, Abby. Hey, welcome, Wasif. Welcome. We just started the slideshow. If you can mute for now and turn your camera on, that would be awesome.
Okay.
Okay, I just
Sorry
muted. Go
about
ahead.
that. But yeah, okay. So I was talking about the reflectivity potential of the Arctic. I was just comparing it to like if you're wearing like a black t-shirt versus a white t-shirt in the sun, the black t-shirt gets hotter faster. So if we magnify that a lot, we have this huge sheet of ice on the Arctic. Snow and ice reflects the sunlight. It doesn't absorb it. Like it's like a giant mirror. And it's one of the systems that keeps our planet comfortable. So when we have less of this ice, then this system gets out of whack. This chart shows the relationship between the rising carbon dioxide and global temperature. So the more carbon dioxide, the higher the temperature. Even though it does fluctuate normally, the climate has never been like this in all of human history. We've never lived in a climate like the one we have now that's made from our pollution. We have another graph. Our air is made of several different gases. We talked about the carbon dioxide in the air. There's oxygen and nitrogen. Back before the Industrial Revolution, there were 280 carbon dioxide molecules out of 1 million molecules in the air. So 280 parts per million. We measure it in parts per million. So the number of molecules out of 1 million total air molecules. So we had 280 parts per million of carbon dioxide, which is normal and safe. And 350 parts per million is the highest potentially safe level. But currently we are averaging over 410 parts per million of carbon dioxide in the air. So what we need to do is get down to 350 or lower as fast as possible, because the longer it remains and the higher it gets, the more we're in trouble. I'm sorry. And the high level of carbon dioxide is equal to about 1 degree Celsius of warming. That's the highest temperature that has a reasonable chance of being safe. Like we said, this rising temperature caused melting ice in the Arctic, and could put people's homes underwater. Some adults don't believe it's possible to put the brakes on climate change, but I know all of us here and a lot of researchers like Dr. James Hansen have shown it's scientifically possible. We have a plan and we have the tools we need. And scientists working with Our Children's Trust have developed a climate recovery plan to present to the courts and to get carbon dioxide and temperature back down. So what we have to do is get to work. Our burning of fossil fuels has gone up really dramatically, and that's the largest source of global warming. Fossil fuels include hydrocarbon gas, like natural gas, if you've heard that term, which is mostly obtained by fracking, which is a big issue here in Pennsylvania where I live. Fracking is like basically poisoning some of our water and our land. And yeah, coal and petroleum are other fossil fuels. So the last thing that I'm going to share with you before I hand it off is we see a comparison of 3 possible futures. This graph shows the effect of delaying action on reducing emissions. So we should have stopped using fossil fuels completely a long time ago because we have other solutions. But the longer we wait, the harder it'll be to save humanity and save the planet. So you can think of it this way: if a campfire starts to get out of control, it's easiest to put it out immediately when it's still small. But if you wait until the entire forest around you is on fire, it's going to be really hard to put out. So you see the green line was stopping after 2010, or bringing our fossil fuel emissions to 0 after 2010. This purple line is 2030, and then the red line is after 2050. So we will still be able to bring things back down, but the longer we wait, the worse the effects of climate change will be. Right now, we have a chance at a long, healthy future if we learn quickly to live appropriately and choose an ecologically friendly lifestyle and eliminate fossil fuels.
So why is climate change something that we care about? Well, say if you live inland and the seas are rising, well, that doesn't really affect me, so why should I care? Well, climate change does affect you because of the fires, and they're sweeping at a drastic rate every single year. The rates are higher every single year. And now the melting of glaciers. So now this is the Elliott Glacier on Mount Hood in Oregon, which has shrunk noticeably. And who doesn't love snow? But now this is maybe a 10-year gap. So this is what it used to look like in 1910 or 1901. And then now this is 2015. So it's quite a drastic change, and we have to stop climate change for it to come back, hopefully. Now, this is in Sonora, California, near Yosemite, where the drought is terrible due to the extreme heat, and and shortages of water are worldwide, even in places where it should be plentiful. Now, wildfire. This is the Eagle Creek Fire in Columbia River Gorge of 2017. And this is actually, so the water supply was very plentiful, but it was dry this year in Oregon and California. So we expected terrible wildfires. And so that's what happened. And it just creates dangerous air quality. And yeah. So this is over the 100 years, there was only one fire in California that burned more than 200,000 acres. But since 2003, there have been at least 7 that were larger than that. This is the city of Santa Rosa in California, and it's what it used to look like. But we actually had a youth climate training in a neighboring town on October 8th, 2017. Okay. And so this is actually the night after our training, and then the fires just swept right through Santa Rosa and took out everything in its path. So the heat is also causing sea levels to rise, and many people who live near the coasts could lose their homes. This is in a plaza in San Marco in Venice, Italy. And so Venice is dealing with high sea level rise. Because we can't hold back the seas, Venice is suffering because of this. Now, we can't hold back the seas, but we can do everything in our power to get the greenhouse gas emissions and temperature back up to normal, or back down to normal, should I say. Many cities could disappear under the rising oceans if we don't act now. Now, this is the Netherlands, Texas area. It received 5 feet of rain in just one storm. Now, this is an oil refinery in Texas, which 5 feet of rain is bad, especially with all the oil, because it goes into the creeks, which animals drink, and trees need water too, so they're taking in that water, which just causes a chain effect throughout the whole ecosystem. And then it comes back to us, so we have to drink water, so it just comes back to us tenfold. So now the extreme energy is extraction. Now we're just polluting and poisoning a lot of our drinking water, which will come back onto us again. It'll come back onto the world. So we just have to stop poisoning our waters. Otherwise, it'll just come to a drastic, something drastic will happen. Now, this is Pope Francis's quote, and the gravest effects of all attacks on the environment are suffered by the poorest. Now, this is only a example of what they mean by coming on to the poorest. This is a boy sitting on a bed with his legs half in water, and the goats are trying to not drown in the water. They're standing on the stove, trying not to drown. And so, and Pope Francis said another quote: "Touch the hearts of those who look only from gain at the expense of the poor and the earth." So this is an example of it. Now, the North America has sea level rise as well. Not only Italy, but other continents too, other countries and continents. So this is North America, and the poor, not only the poor countries will be affected, but also like rich countries will be affected. Yeah. Now, this is the Florida now as a close-up sea level rise. So this is a sunny day in Miami, but it's clearly flooded. Now, many people hope or think that the crisis isn't happening, but yes, it very much is. And people think that science and or politicians will make everything okay, but no, it's just what we're doing. We're speeding it up, if anything. So we need to stop that. Now, the rising seas and climate calamities. Large regions and even whole nations could vanish under the waves, like the low-lying Pacific Island nation, the Republic of the Marshall Islands. Those are only examples of countries that could go down. And homes like this are already being flooded, and we have to stop that before it's too late. Now, climate refugees. Around the world, people from cities like London or Paris and countries like Bangladesh are being impacted by droughts and flooding. Wars are caused or made worse by climate change. Now, a family's home could become too unsafe, and they have to find a new home in another region or country. Now, these are some climate refugees in the photo, and they're trying to reach Europe to find a new home, and they're sailing on a fishing boat from North America across to the Mediterranean Sea.
Thank you, Travis, for showing all those pictures. And now we're on to the final part of this slideshow, and that would be how can we help? Next slide. So obviously the first step is to empower ourselves and others of all ages. So an example of that would be like today. You guys are all attending this wonderful slideshow, and you guys are all should be getting empowered. And together we must reduce greenhouse gas emissions like carbon and methane, like it is the emergency it really is. At the same time, we must work hard and fast to naturally draw down and store the CO2 that is already in our atmosphere. In doing this, we must avoid scary technological fixes that some are proposing. You can't fix a problem with the same misguided way of thinking that got you into the trouble in the first place. It's like the same thing as, I think you're on the wrong slide. It's like the same. So back to what I was saying, you can't fix a problem with the same misguided way of thinking that got you into trouble in the first place. So if your problem is that you are drinking too much water and you have to go to the bathroom a lot, your solution should not be drinking more water, right? It's kind of simple. So now is the time to draw upon ancient wisdom traditions that have not forgotten about the importance of being in balance with nature. And remember when World War II started for the US, we swung into action. We can do it again and we should. But this time, everywhere the people have to be the ones to force the change, because fossil fuel corporations and short-sighted manufacturing companies have gotten too much control over many governments. Next slide. So all of you guys have completed the most major first step, and that is joining Youth Acting for Our Earth. With your help, we will work together to advocate for our planet and all of its creatures. So there are many people who have done wonderful things for our planet. And one thing I want you guys to know is that it only takes one person to make that difference in society. So I'm hoping you guys know at least a few of them, but who here can tell me a little bit about each of these people, like who they are and what they do? You can just unmute yourself.
I think I
Let me
know
help.
about Greta Thunberg. I think she's also fighting for climate change in her country. And
Yeah.
US.
Yeah. Can you tell me who said that? Because it's not showing on my screen.
Bargov.
Yeah, Bargov. So Greta Thunberg, that's a good example. Yeah. Does anyone else know any other ones? It's okay if you don't.
I think Jane Goodall is like she studies like chimpanzees or whatnot. I don't remember exactly, but she's also like a biologist type person.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, she wrote a book about like living with chimpanzees or something.
Yeah, so Jane Goodall is an environmentalist who studied chimpanzees, so you guys got that part right. And she now is working to get humans to protect themselves and other species. So about Greta Thunberg, she is a Swedish teen who has made clear how stupid we are by letting corporations rule our governments. So obviously, like what Bodgov was saying is all correct. So Greta Thunberg has been showing up in a lot of, different like organized or different meetings. She wants to get the government's attention, and it's good. It's a good start. And Bill McKibben is the most important environmental activist in the U.S. He wrote the first book about climate change back in the 80s and founded 350.org. So this is a prime example of how we've known about the problem and yet we've chose to just ignore it. Another one is Wangari Maathai. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but
Maybe if anyone wants to jump in, you can do it well, but I think it might be Wangari Maathai. I'm not sure.
It's Wangari Maathai.
young age, and he is pushing for 1 trillion trees to be planted.
But she's dead. She's no more.
What was that?
Rick,
Yeah, she passed away a few years ago, but yeah.
Oh, sorry.
But she met that guy down there. It's a lot to remember. She met that guy down there, Felix. Is that right?
Yeah, and she's a Nobel Prize winner for that.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I think I was on Felix Finkbeiner. So yeah, Jane Goodall, we already talked about her. And Julia Olson, she started Our Children's Trust, and she's using her legal and organizing skills to force courts to change government's actions. So one example is in a U.S. case, Juliana et al. Versus USA, and that's one case that she was really trying to force courts to change. So next slide. So when we finish our training today, you will all be YAE youth climate leaders. So what this means is individually and together, you will have a lot of great ideas. You can team up with each other and your parents and carry them out. Another good idea is to get your family to organize local monthly team meetings and fun activities in nature so you can work and play with other families who are working to protect what is at stake, which is our environment. You could get your city to commit to 100% clean and renewable energy, or your school to stop buying food with genetically modified ingredients. And the last step would be to volunteer to help lead future youth climate trainings like today. Next slide.
Rick, I can't hear you. Or can other people hear him?
Research. And also a good idea is to listen to reputable organizations. Remember, we must drastically reduce our lifestyle-related CO2 emissions worldwide immediately. The sooner we do it, the happier we'll be. Adults in your life need you to make your own lifestyle changes, like playing in pickup games instead of youth sports leagues, which
I don't know if you can hear us, Rick, and
utensils.
we're having a little trouble.
When did you?
I think it's okay. We're getting most of what you're saying, but yeah, you might want to just take the slide from the top.
Yeah, so back to what I was saying. So you need to help adults act. So adults in your life need you to make your own lifestyle changes, like playing in pickup games instead of youth sports leagues, which have a high carbon footprint. Pausing that video, at least when you're not watching it. If you model good behavior and tell them about your concerns, they will usually listen and perhaps follow your leads. You got to inspire people, guys. And one thing I've seen often, way too much, is just people bringing all these plastic stuff and just throwing it out. I know for a fact all of you guys have seen it everywhere. And to combat this, we should bring our own reusable cups, straws, utensils, takeout container, and bags with you. There is no excuse for using disposables in this day and age. So tell the companies you don't want their trash and remember to say no thank you when someone tries to give you disposable stuff. Next slide. So another way we can lower methane emissions is methane is another greenhouse gas that's even more dangerous and potent than CO2. Cattle raised using intensive livestock farming and being fed corn and soy products produce a lot of methane, but grass-fed and holistic management practices are better for cattle and contribute to improving the climate crisis. So basically, so it's a little bit funny, but so we can kind of blame the cows fart as a reason of climate change, right? Because when they fart, they release a lot of methane, which goes into the atmosphere, of course, and we know how potent methane can be. So the same food that is healthier for the earth is also healthier for us too. You will thrive by sticking to grass-fed beef and a mostly produce-based diet. Regardless of the hydrocarbons gas industry's advertising, a better term for quote unquote natural gas is hydrocarbon gas, and a big part of it is methane. This gas is a fossil fuel and quite dangerous. Gas furnaces in homes are a significant contributor to climate change. They can be replaced, like the furnace and gas meter in this home was. There are many environmentally friendly options like heat pumps, but you will have to be determined because gas companies have gotten legislation, and this makes it illegal for groups like Clean Energy Works themselves to tell you that you can switch your heating system to a more friendly option. So obviously, besides stopping greenhouse gases, which is a very important step, an even more important step would be planting trees and protecting the ones that are already standing and protecting us. Trees are essential for the natural carbon cycle. So basically, they pull CO2 down from our atmosphere, which is how they get so tall, and they release oxygen as a result. So obviously, oxygen we need to breathe, and CO2, obviously, we need to get rid of from the atmosphere. Trees cool their surroundings and provide habitats and food for many types of plants and animals, including us. That's why trees are the symbol of climate justice for the nonprofit Plant for the Planet. So I want you guys to try walking in a neighborhood with a lot of trees and then in one without, and you'll definitely notice a difference in a lot of aspects. So obviously we have to help protect the trees that are already standing. They're under a lot of pressure from businesses and people that want to cut them down, from insects and diseases that are getting worse with climate change, from fire and a variety of storms. Next slide. So there are some legislations like the Green New Deal, and obviously we should all support them. Just like how we have to pay for having our trash taken away, industries can also pay. This money can then be returned as dividends to everyone, especially to those most in need of basic income, and through programs that enrich our communities in the ways that really matter. Support these policies that reduce carbon. Knowledge is power. Learn about emissions from your everyday actions and make good choices. For example, if instead of new.
We're having a little trouble. Oh, okay, there we go. And welcome, Catherine. We have a student who just arrived.
Okay. So as the proverb goes, waste not, want not. And obviously you guys should be trading clothes with friends if you can. You can learn to mend and buy used clothes instead of new. One of the simplest things you can do to keep fossil fuels in the ground is to reduce how much food you waste. Don't throw out that food. Save money, save food, and save our atmosphere, more importantly. So how does all that work? Americans throw away or waste up to 40% of our food. Can you imagine that? Think of all the fossil fuels used to make and transport the fertilizer, power the big machines currently used in agriculture, and fuel the trucks to get the food to the grocery store and keep the produce cold between the farm and your table. Now that you're thinking about it, do you think it is okay to just casually throw food away? Like, honestly. Our ancestors knew that food was valuable, and we should relearn this idea. When we throw food away, it is not just a huge waste of resources and money, it is a significant source of carbon pollution. So take just what you think you can eat and make sure to save anything you don't eat for later. And another idea is composting stuff that cannot be eaten, like a coconut shell or banana peel. Speaking of food, next slide. Speaking of food, we should all support organic farming and local farmers in your community and across the world. Learn about the impact of different food choices. Michael Pollan's book, The Omnivore Dilemma, is a great place to start. It's one of those nonfiction books that read like a well-written novel. Watch some of these wonderful movies that have made our food options and unrelated topics, both short ones, like the story of stuff, and feature films like GMO, oh my God. And obviously, it's good to grow some of your own produce. It's fun, it's good exercise, It's good for your soul. And one of the ways we need to address the climate is through looking at the systems that have led to the crisis and inequality that makes it possible. We can learn from indigenous leaders who are still in touch with the wisdom of traditional practices. We can honor them and let them teach us how to regain these practices in our own lives. This might mean getting to know local native people better, tapping into the indigenous nature of Jewish practice through a Jewish renewal congregation that is in touch with that heritage, getting to know immigrants who remember their life, the sustaining traditions, or finding your own way into this wisdom. We can work together to reduce poverty, going way beyond giving canned food. We must understand that we are all vulnerable to something, and we must all care for one another. And we must do what we can to help people live where they want to live, where they are connected to their heritage, but also to be welcoming and supportive of those who want and need to immigrate. So when we do make purchases, let's really think about what those purchases are, whether they are necessary, and how we can buy what we need in a way that best serves the earth. For example, if you can go to Walmart and buy a picture that was mass produced in China, and by doing so, add to the wealth of an already very wealthy family, or you can buy one like this one that is not only beautiful, but which will also raise money for the issues you care about. It is our responsibility to use the wealth we have to make better future. You can do this by supporting nonprofit type efforts, including B Corps, companies that seek to make life better for everyone in the planet and not just for the wealthy.
You can also get involved with your local city council and state representatives and inform them about why they should be supporting climate change activists and their contribution to a solution to the crisis. On a bigger scale, you can also sue the federal government, like the Juliana versus United States. There are 21 youth plaintiffs who are suing the federal government over life, liberty, and property because the government is promoting the extraction and the use of fossil fuels while fully aware of the danger it imposes. The Supreme Court knows that this case should go to trial, and the first step for all of us is to sign up and support the case at joinjuliana.org. The plaintiffs in the Juliana case are taking advantage of the judicial branch of our government in order to hold our administration accountable for the damaging actions. To do this, they are using these key parts of the Constitution: the public trust doctrine, which forces the government to make sure there is enough natural resources for all of its citizens; the Fifth Amendment, which is our rights to the protection of our shared resources to life, liberty, and property; and the 14th Amendment, to be safe from discrimination from the government, which is putting us in danger. The goal of the case, and really all climate activists, is to I think it's the next slide, is to have a national climate recovery plan. The government needs to instate policies that everyone is going to follow, even big corporations, and so that it's not just us individuals who are doing as much as we can, when in reality, it's the big corporations who are making the biggest dent and have the biggest carbon footprint. Some policies that have been already instated, but they were removed by the last administration, the Trump administration. Or there are also loopholes in policies that have been instated that the big corporations are taking advantage of. And we need to change these unconstitutional actions in laws. And this is where we can come in and protest and rally to show that we want change and to support the Juliana case and other similar ones across the world. A major goal of today is giving students the tools to to present about the crisis. One of the easiest ways is to practice this in school. You can incorporate the climate crisis in your schoolwork by making it a subject of essays, book reports, science fairs, projects, whenever you can. You can also gain a lot of experience by offering to make presentations for businesses to try to get them to move to 100% clean energy or meet other goals. You can also get involved with the media. Our youth have had good experiences reaching out themselves to schedule interviews and Youth Acting for Our Earth volunteers, as well as your own parents can help you get your concerns in front of journalists. Write a letter to an editor, make your own blog, talk to a reporter are all good examples of this. The youth climate voice is the most important because the younger you are, the less you have even contributed to the climate problem, and the more you can be hurt by it. The youth voices are very powerful in this struggle, and your message doesn't even have to be full of multiple details. Like, for example, you can just be affected by your asthma or anything like that, and it will, like, powerful people will listen. Even while we work through the courts, we can go straight ahead to elected official and insist that they protect us. Youth Acting for Our Earth and youth and adults will work with you to help and find the words to be persuasive and get to know the officials and make it clear that we will be back and expect them to act for us. And in these photos, you can see it shows state legislators and their staff and Youth Acting for Our Earth climate leaders testifying before panels and talking to, like, the president of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. And in each case, the elected officials were eager to meet and hear from our youth. You can also get the attention of important decision makers by taking political action, such as organizing a demonstration, a rally, or a march, and making sure that your friends and family can join. Another way to spread awareness to the climate crisis is expressing the message through art. You can create posters for the rallies, murals in schools, or even make songs in talent shows. It's important to surround yourself with friends who care about the climate and have fun, because these friendships will help us be grounded in the future and now, especially as many of our other friends might find it hard to talk about the climate crisis. And while we engage in fun activities with friends, we can always talk about how to get others on board. It is also important to start organizing these fun activities, which is very helpful. And some of these, which is easy to organize, is a movie night. And the benefits of doing this work is that we will meet some amazing people from all around the world, whether it be in person, on Zoom, or in social media like Instagram. Working with Youth Acting for Our Earth, you can get a chance to learn more about what youth are doing in other countries and use the experience you gain to work on projects with them. It's a great community. Families also can make a huge difference. As many of us know, the Earth has a population issue, and one of the biggest things that you can do to decrease your carbon footprint is to not have as many children. I know that we talked a lot about hard things today, but it's important to not try to stress and work hard and be surrounded by people who are involved and want to support the change in our governments to fix climate change. And we're all in this together.
Thank you so much to our youth climate leaders. You did a wonderful job. I really appreciate it. I know that the Zoom environment makes it a bit hard to kind of do check-ins and just see everybody at once. I'm going to stop the screen share in just a second, but just kind of to yourself even think about like how this makes you feel. Our hope, I think I speak for all of us, is that it's not probably making me feel great what we just talked about. On the other hand, I think there is a lot of reason to have hope, and so hopefully you're feeling like kind of okay, not so good, and sort of good at the same time. We have a guest speaker who needs to leave. We're going to do a picture first, if that's okay, Mukta, because I have a way of forgetting this every time, and I'd love to get a picture with everybody. So here's a little bit of photo inspiration. I came across when I was looking for photos to post on Instagram. So we could do a serious one, but we could later do a silly one if you want. But can you all stick your cameras on, every last one of you? It's all right. If you've eaten, just put your food down. You too, Mukta, because we especially want to get you since you won't be around for a second shot of this. Yeah, I'd love it if you can do it. Mariam and Mensa, Ellie's out of luck, but everybody else. Okay, I'm gonna count to 3, and we'll do it. How about a serious and Catherine too? Let's give Catherine. Can you put your camera on? Nice picture, but I'm thinking it'd be great to see you. And if you just want to really quickly say hi, that'd be great. Okay, just in case you can't, we'll go on. But anyway, oh, there goes. Okay, we're just missing a couple of people now. So I'm gonna do a quick picture. Okay, so everybody smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, do you want to do a silly picture? No, we'll do that later. We can skip it. And let me go ahead and turn over to you for your remarks. And I'm sorry that I'm not gonna be able to do a better introduction. I just want to give you a chance to speak and us to try to get back on target. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Yeah, go ahead, please. Mukta? Okay, Mukta, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, please. Yeah, so if you just want to, if you wouldn't mind doing a quick introduction to yourself, we did that a little bit earlier, but just like a sentence or so, and then just kind of tell us what you want us to know.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. First of all, hi Pam, hi Rob, hi Julio, hi Isaac. I see you, but I can see the my Nico. Who is she?
She ended up with a job, which and retreat, and so she ended up deciding. We were talking last night. She could make part of it, but I thought she needed some time to focus on homework. So
Right,
that's
right.
where she is. But I'll say hi for her, hi from her to you.
Yeah. And nice to see you all after a long time. And hi everyone. And good morning and good evening from Bangladesh. This is Mukta Akhtar, and I work for Global Water Partnership, Bangladesh country chapter. As a country coordinator, I involved in raising awareness and build capacity through programs related to water, climate change, and environment in order to enable women and youth at the community level to reduce impacts of climate change and ensure water and food security and to promote gender equity in order to mobilizing community to improve its livelihood. And I am very pleased and honored to be with you today at the training, and I'm impressed with how you presented about the climate crisis and how you can lead others in working together and acting to prevent as much damage as we can. I'm also amazed to see all the young leaders here who are working in making difference in climate change and recovery, and feel good to see your excellent work at such young age. Your presentations were outstanding, which focuses not only on the impacts on climate change, but also put light on different important aspects about the issues and crises. Climate change is a global phenomenon now. It hits every corner of the globe. maybe some not seen yet, but the country like Bangladesh has already been observing its worst phases since last decades. The researcher says that if the sea level rises only in 1 meter height, the coastal area, a home of 35 million of people, which is 32% of Bangladesh, will submerge the sea. Moreover, salinity intrusion, inundation, a long duration flood, erratic rain, damage of agriculture are now common scenario in Bangladesh. Actions regarding the climate crisis are taken from different levels nationally and internationally. Policymakers, community stakeholders, women and youth from different geographical locations are working on climate issues at their own capacity, but that may not be sufficient to make a significant change. Actually, I believe integrated strategy which is doable is required to fight against the climate hazard. We know that youth and women are the front line in the climate disasters. Here, youth can play a vital role by creating awareness in the crisis and build an effective movement among the society and mobilize the community towards a better future. Sharing and exchanging knowledge and experience could help and added value in this regard. Hence, the youth acting for the earth can organize events like today's training and build capacity, create awareness building programs, tree plantation, etc., in collaboration with other organizations nationally and internationally. And of course, you can count my organization to work jointly. Last but not the least, we are already ready to take actions on climate crisis. But before it gets too worse, we should not waste time at all. We should start it now. As youth are the future leaders and they need to step forward strongly. I think I should stop now because my fellow speakers, they are waiting and they have their slots. So thank you for your
Yeah, no,
patience here.
thank you, Mukta. And I'm sorry we didn't have more time, but I'm so glad to have you here. To have a wonderful rest of Ramadan, and thank you for staying up so late to be with us. Bye bye.
And bye everyone.
Bye bye.
Because it's a message because I have to leave now. You know, this is Ramadan and we have some ritual activities and to do tasks.
Yeah.
So I'm very happy if I could stay for long, but I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to everyone because I have to leave now. And
yeah, no,
thank
we
you
understand.
for
We'll never.
inviting me here.
Yeah, of course, of course. Take
Okay,
care.
bye. Take care.
Talk to you soon, I hope. Bye bye. So we have, I just want to make sure we've got everybody here. We've still got you, Wasif, right? Lost Wasif. Hang on. Wasif, if you're there and I'm just not spotting you, can you unmute? Well, let me tell a quick story about Wasif. He may have had to go and I just missed a chat. But a training much like the when you registered the other night, you know, you register and I can see this form in which you are showing as having registered. And I skim it. I don't read everything before the training always, but there's this one word that caught my attention. It was Pakistan. And this training was in the middle of the Mount Hood forest. And I thought, we're really having a student who's registering from Pakistan to come to, this is pretty cool. Well, long story short, not exactly, he wasn't planning to come, but we ended up meeting. And so he started a program like this one in Pakistan and where he's from. And so we'll try to work him in later if he gets back. I'm not sure what happened. But it turns out that he and Mukta knew each other, even though they're from other parts of the world, because they both worked on the Global Water Partnership. Okay, so it's time for us to have a bit of a break. So we're kind of behind. So with apologies, I'm going to suggest that we that we make it a little bit shorter, but if you need to run to the bathroom, need to grab some water, grab that snack that I dropped hints for you or your parents to get ready. Put yourself off camera if you need to do that. But otherwise, just kind of hang out and chat. I myself need to go grab some water, so I'm gonna do that. But don't actually disconnect from the call, just mute and put your video on.
Hi, everyone.
We have feedback. They walked away and left their mic on. You'll chat.
We discovered it. Oh, it's really cool to be with people in so many different parts of the world.
I know, it's so cool.
Yeah. So it's just 6 p.m. here in Dublin, Ireland, and we've got a really lovely spring day. How are you all getting on?
It's supposed to get really warm here. It's like yesterday it was 8 degrees, and then Thursday it was like mid 70s, which is bad because in Oregon we're known for our rain. It's supposed to rain for like 2/3 of the year, and obviously because of climate change, that's not really the case. But it's never been like this hot this early.
I'm imagining the people who use Celsius and not Fahrenheit being like 80 degrees.
Oh yeah.
Not dead.
I don't know what the conversion rate to
I
Celsius
don't
is.
really know the conversions that well. Yeah.
I think 80 would be probably like 40 degrees Celsius. Around there.
Close to it, yeah, quite close to it.
40
Isaac, I haven't seen you since we were in the youth hostel in Valacrosia in Italy.
Yes.
Yeah, it's such a shame we haven't had a chance to have a similar event now. Though there was one in Bonn that I went to 18 months ago. It was very good.
That was right before COVID, huh?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this now. It's just so extraordinary to have so many different time zones here, and I think I saw 7 or 8 flags on Pan's list.
Oh yeah, I'm actually surprised that we can all like even meet at the same time, which is a feat within itself. And it's the first Youth Acting for Our Earth Zoom. And I was surprised that we were even going to do one. I thought we were going to try to like wait until post-COVID and post-vaccine so that everyone can meet at the same place. But I still like this.
Yeah, I really like Zoom. We had a Plant for the Planet Tree Academy on Zoom, and I sent trees and they planted them. And it meant that we could have kids from Johannesburg and kids from the country in Ireland that we wouldn't normally have. So it worked out.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, once we decided to do this, I was thinking a little bit like Isaac originally, and then I realized immediately, like, wait, there's a real upside to Zoom that we often don't make use of. So that's been pretty nice. Let me just check the chat and see if anybody's, okay. So we're gonna go ahead and start up again. Yeah, I was got some lovely feedback about, probably should have been a little more specific, but anyway, so we're gonna start up and hopefully everybody can hear in the background that we're doing this. Oh man, I obviously missed something about peppers, so I'm gonna have to learn more about, the chat. I'm gonna, pretty sure I turned on the automatic chat saving feature, but feel free to nudge me, somebody at the end, make sure that I save it manually just in case I'm wrong about that. Okay, as I'm dying to read that later. Okay, so we're gonna move on to our next activity. I hope you guys got some snack and some water. Anyway, this is called Who Has What? People and Prosperity and Pollution. This is the most hands-on activity that we do. And so it's been a little interesting doing it in a virtual way. So I hope this will work pretty smoothly. We were going to do it in breakout rooms. Ellie is at the coast and had some Wi-Fi issues, and that in just combination with the fact we have a smallish group, I think maybe we're going to do it as one big group. But I just want to take 1 second. Catherine, would you come on and just say hi? You bravely joined us mid slideshow. It would be great to just kind of say like a sentence about yourself, if you would.
Sorry, I'm actually just kind of here to listen. I'm like, my mom said I didn't have to really like, I was just hoping to like hear what you guys thought were some good ideas.
Ah, okay. You know what I would suggest then, and I'm sorry that, yeah, I didn't, apparently you guys registered pretty much after we started. And we'd love to have you in the training, but what I would suggest is you go ahead, we'll say goodbye to you for now, but I'll give you a call later. I'm assuming I've got your number in the registration somewhere. Let's see if I can get on where I can see real quick. But if not, you know how to reach me through the website. So, because you pretty much do need to be here for the full time, and you probably didn't have a chance to really read the stuff. But yeah, you kind of, everybody needs to be pretty actively participating. And that is a lot of listening, you know. So I'm glad you were here for the slideshow. But let's get you back when you can be able to start from the beginning. You'll have kind of more context and stuff. Does that sound okay?
Yep.
Okay,
Thanks.
sounds good. Yeah, hopefully it won't be too long. Might be a couple months, but we'll try to get together. You might be led by some of the students who are here today. So have a great day. Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm so sorry, but thank you for understanding. Okay. So what I'm going to do is to bring up this, Abby's going to lead this activity. So give me just a second to bring everything up. Okay, thought I had it up. Oh, that's right, we're doing that on the Safari version. Sorry. Okay. There we go. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna clean up while you start, Abby.
Okay. Sorry, I was having a snack.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is, I think as a group, all of us together are going to fill out this who has what table. This is just going to be our guesses of like, and it's okay if we get it wrong because we'll figure out like the answers at the end, but we're gonna, as a group, try to fill this whole thing out together. And this is important to see basically where resources are in the world. So where in the world are there a lot of people? Where is there a lot of consumption and wealth? And then a lot of the times the places that have more wealth and are contributing more to the climate crisis are not the places that are feeling the worst effects of the climate crisis. So that's what this activity is kind of about. So what we're going to do is, in order to estimate like the population of the world, we can't draw 7 billion little people. So we're going to scale it down to 20. If there were 20 people in the entire world, to make this a little easier for Pam, if there were 20 people in the entire world, and we were looking at the 6 continents where people live, nobody lives in Antarctica. If we're looking at the 6 continents where people live, then if we had just 20 people in the entire world, how would those people be split up over the continents? So we're going to try and guess like the distribution of the world's population. So we'll start with Africa. Does anyone have any idea? And
I'm going to jump in real quick, Abby, just to help this go really smoothly. It's going to be really important that everybody sticks their cameras on, no exception. If you absolutely like you went somewhere you don't want to share with us, okay, but other than that, we really need your camera on and your mic off mute, and just throw out numbers. Just do your best guess. Okay, sorry, Abby.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, how many people of 20 would be in Africa?
I don't know. Does any like? I'm looking at some of the people that for some of the people that I know live in or have lived or have been to Africa, because I never have. Do you think that's like is it? I don't know. I know it's a big place. Is it pretty crowded? Is it like a quarter of the people? I don't know.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Abby, but it seems like Arham has a question.
Yeah, actually, I just saw that. Yeah, Arham, what's that?
So isn't there like a research base or whatever in Antarctica?
Oh,
you're right. Yeah, there are people who live there. You're absolutely right. Yeah. But since we're only going to work with 20, like there's only, there'd be like way under a person. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, good point. So, okay, numbers.
Oceania.
So yeah, so Oceania would be like Marshall Islands and New Zealand and Australia. Some people don't know about what that is. That's another good question. So how many for Africa? Don't be shy, or we'll never ever leave here. You guys will have to camp out overnight. Just pick a number. Buddy, I'm gonna start calling people. Buddy, how many people do you think?
7.
Oh, 7. Okay, I was gonna pace people, but I'm gonna try to do numbers to see if we can pick it up a little bit. But the people are way cuter. Whoops, not that. That's my Zoom make. Okay.
Okay.
What do you think? Yeah, Judah? Any guesses?
For Africa?
Yeah.
I think it would probably be under 7 because if you think about it, if there are only 20 people and 6, that would be like almost half of the population.
Good point.
Okay. So
now,
like
then body
okay.
maybe 5.
No, that's a good point.
Asia? Yeah, how about Asia? Travis, what do you think?
With Asia, I don't know, maybe 6.
Barkov, what do you think?
I was also gonna say 6.
6? Okay, we're getting some kind of concessions.
I saw Arham raise his hand.
Oh, Arham, yeah. What about you? What do you think?
Maybe like 8.
Okay, so maybe 8.
Asia is a large continent.
That's a good point. Anybody think that's way off, or should we move on?
Yeah, I would agree with Arham. Maybe even more than 8. I don't know.
At first, I was thinking 10.
10, so maybe even that many. Okay. How about Europe? Mariam, what do you think? Mariam, can you hear me? How many people out of the 20 do you think would live in Europe?
Earlier, I think said her mic doesn't work.
Oh, it's still not working?
Probably not.
Okay. If that's the case, Mariam,
people can also put numbers in the chat if you're more comfortable. Just like throw out numbers in the chat of how many you think are in Europe out of 20. Four. Okay.
4. Okay.
4 or 5. Okay. Well, looks like the consensus is around 4. 2. Oh, 2's a good. Okay. We'll see. We might have to bring it down because we do only have 20 and we've used more than 20. Okay. North America. What about North America? We can keep it going in the chat or come off mute if you want.
Uh, 6.
Really? Okay.
Two.
The thing is, we'd have to take some away from the other places then.
I'm sorry, I
maybe
was
4.
being something. Are we still in Europe or we changed continents? I just spaced.
North America, I asked.
Okay, so 6 or 4 is what I'm hearing.
Okay.
Okay, how about South America?
2 for South America.
2 sounds good.
I think you can make the case for 1 in South America.
Okay.
Okay. Oops. Sorry, I hit the hard return in the wrong place. Okay, what about Oceania?
1.
Yeah, I agree with our own there.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about go ahead and tell us what the answers are, and we're going to do the next two a little bit quicker. But that's kind of gives you a sense, like a lot of, and we're not quite sure, right? What are the actual answers? I'll correct it.
So the actual answers, I have them. I have them up here. So North America, or wait, what? Let's go in the order we have.
Okay.
Africa is 3 people out of 20.
Okay.
And Asia, I think was next. Asia is 12. That's way bigger than we thought.
Right. Europe?
Europe is 2. North America is 2. And South America is 1.
Oh, I'm on. Okay, sorry. North America is 2.
South America is
South
1.
America is 1. And
And
Oceania?
Oceania is less than 1.
Okay. That one I can't depict, so we'll just have to imagine. So, but kind of hate to take them completely off the map, but it's kind of like that. Okay. Let's just give them 1. But yeah, okay. So how about the wealth?
Yeah, amount of wealth in the world. Anyone have guesses? If all the money in the world was on 10 credit cards, how many of the credit cards would be in Africa?
Can I say something about the number of people?
Yeah, sure. Did you what did you notice?
For Oceania, what if you put a divided by 2 sign next to the person?
Maybe Pam will do that, but yeah. Okay, so we have an answer from Mariam for the money in Africa. We have 3 credit cards. I know Pam's controlling the screen.
Sorry, Isaac
Maybe that-
was talking about something.
We
Okay,
have-
so I'm sorry, tell me what I need to put on.
So for Africa, we have a guess of 3 and a guess of 1, or maybe even less.
Okay, Asia?
Asia, any thoughts?
Why don't we take the first guess on each one for this round?
Mariam,
5 or 3. 3, 2, 3.
3.
Okay, got it. Europe?
5.
How about North America? And remember, there's 10 total. So we've already got, where are we? We got 10.
I'd say like a
No, we got
7.
7 for North America.
We're not operating with 20 here anymore. We're operating with 10.
Right, 10. So we're like way over. So we've already, yeah. So we know, but just to kind of get a sense. What about South America? What do you think?
1.
And Oceania?
1.
Okay. Are you ready for the answers? I'm
Yeah,
good.
sure.
Yeah.
So the income in Africa is 3%. So that's actually represented by 0 credit cards. It's closest to 0. It's a third of a credit card. Asia has 4.
You said 4?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then Europe has 2. North America has 3. South America has 0, and Oceania has 0.
I don't want to leave them 1, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, so Africa, Oceania, and South America all have not quite half a credit card. Yeah, so this
Okay.
we see the distribution of the wealth.
And then what about carbon emissions? What do you guys think about that?
Yeah. Or can we start with which continent do you guys think does the most carbon emissions?
I think
North America.
North America.
North America, I agree. Let's put like, I don't know, what do you want to do? Put like 5 there?
3.
3? Okay, 3.
Yeah.
3's good. Okay, yeah, because we're only going out of 10.
Yeah. Okay.
And then Miriam said Asia might have the most. So maybe if North America or so Asia will get 2 or 3 also.
2.
2? Okay. Okay, so now we have like the other ones left. Any guesses for how much Africa has in terms of emissions that they cause? 1? Okay. That's good, Miriam. That's about what I was thinking.
I'm sorry. I just lost track what continent.
Africa
I don't
has 1.
always, on good days I can do chat and paste in gasoline pumps well, but not always. Okay.
Okay,
And
what about
Europe?
Europe?
2 in Europe.
2. Okay, we have a guess of 2 and 3. We'll go with 2 for now because I think we want to make sure we have enough for everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have 8 and there's 2 left. So maybe we'll give 1 to South America, 1 to Oceania. I think everybody emits something, I think.
Okay, so what's our answers?
Emit less than a full gas pump. Okay, so now we're going to find out our answers. This is the interesting part because if you pay attention, we know that there are places where there are a lot of emissions per person and places where there are like a lot of people but less emissions, and they might be impacted by climate change the same. It's really a global problem. So our answers, North America, we have 2. South America has 0. And Oceania has 0. Africa has 0. And Asia has 6.
6.
And Europe has 2. So we were right. Europe. Okay. So looking at this, I'm going to say we were pretty right. When everyone's first reaction was North America probably has the most emissions. It doesn't have the most overall, but it does have the most per person. North America and Europe, if we're looking at them, they have 2 people and 2 gas logos. So that means they're having the most emissions per person. So that's just something I wanted to point out. And then Asia has slightly less emissions per person, and Africa, South America, and Oceania, they all have the lowest emissions and also the lowest wealth.
Okay. Thank you so much, Abby. Okay. So we're going to break you into the groups now. Just want to check, make sure we picked up if Wasif got back to us. Whoops. Wasif, if you're there, can you shout out? Give me a shout out. Okay. Must need to go do something. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and stick in the groups, and everybody has been pre-assigned to a group. And you'll find your leaders, both your main leader, which will be one of the students who presented the slideshow today, and also some of our VIP special guest volunteers and some youth leaders will pop miraculously into that room with any luck. That's nice. So it apparently I'm going to close all rooms and try to restart it. So if I lose you, please log back in, but hang on tight. Okay, so apparently something we did earlier when we sent the parents off has messed up the room assignment. So give me just a second. I'm gonna put myself on mute and I'll put you in room. So just take a
What are we gonna do in our breakout rooms? You're on mute. You're muted.
Once I get you in there,
Okay.
they will explain. So we had nicely done, but it's not going to work. So just bear with me. I'll send you a message as soon as I get everybody where I need to go. Hi, so Ellie, can you hear me? Oh, oh, that's not good. Okay, yeah, let's just be left behind. Orla, can you hear me? Shoot, that goes the second AirPod. Great. Okay.
Hey, Orla, can you hear me?
Hi, Pam.
Hi. Yeah, so that breakout thing was not fun. It just would not let me get back to the rooms I had divided. If you're able to, oh, hi, did you see what I put in the chat?
No, I was just wondering, like,
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
I can. And I used to do it, and I even used to give conference to older people, to a lot of peasants, a lot of agriculturists.
Yeah.
Hey, hi there. Can I jump in for just a second?
Yeah.
We had one student cancel. So, hey, I wish, by the way, buddy, wish Anis a happy birthday for us. His younger brother's got a birthday today. So did you see the messages I sent out, Abby and everybody, with the slideshow link and also the stuff about the screen sharing? So I was going to ask, so we should be able to see it in the chat.
No, if you put it in the chat in a different breakout room or in the main room, we didn't see it in this breakout.
Oh, it didn't come out through it all. Okay, so let me that's why I'm here. Okay, so let me go ahead and paste. So this is the link to the slideshow for everybody. I understand from Isaac that Abby is going to be able to share her screen so she can run the slides like I did. Because Conky had to go.
I cannot right now.
You can't screen share?
As the host, you can click on participants, or I think, and allow it, click like enable screen sharing. And then
I had set that up before, but I'm not seeing where to do that. If you know how.
I think it's in the participants tab on the bottom, with the little arrow next to it. And then there's a thing that says allow participants to share their screen.
I'm seeing allow to record local files.
Or the other option is you could try to make me a co-host and then I'd be able to share screen.
Yeah, I had, I'm so sorry, everybody. You know how to do that? Because I thought I did, but it seems like once I stuck in breakout rooms, I lost that ability. Do you think that's right? Or I hate to pull everybody back in. Have to.
You don't have to pull everybody back in. Was there a certain like email that you made me a co-host on?
No, I thought I had set up for the meeting, so I may have just done it wrong. It's definitely my intention, but come on, must be, you think this would be pretty obvious. I have chat, stop video, rename, allow to record local files, multi-pin, nothing useful. Okay. Are you, Jean Fritz, are you able to go onto that link that I put? I think I just put the link in the chat, or maybe I didn't do that yet. Hang on.
You did.
Oh, I did. Okay, there we go. Yeah, if maybe without screen sharing, you can see if you can do it all right without screen sharing. I think I need to pop into that other room and make sure they get the link as well. So in other words, pull it up. But what I want to give you is the slides. So Jean Fritz, if you can do 1 through 17. Let me make sure I got that right. That would be great. And Abby will explain, like, if she hasn't already, like I can hear Isaac is that, you know, you're not trying to say everything that's on the slide. Just generally tell kind of the main points of the slide. So 1 through 17. Okay.
Okay.
Let me get that slide link to the other room. Okay. See you guys.
You're disabled, present. Are you?
I think Isaac is helping Pam, maybe. It'd be better if someone in the same house. But yeah, so Jean Fries, are you okay with that? Pam's assigned you slides 1 through 17, which that's like the portion I did in the beginning, and a little bit more. Yeah, we're basically doing the same presentation again. But this time it's you, and you'll be, it'll be good if you start off, because I think then some of the like younger people in the training will see how to present. I think they'll have a smaller assignment, but you'll be kind of like the one who starts us off, because I don't know if any of them will be brave enough to.
This situation inspired me to have to
Hey, so
involve.
sorry about that.
Okay, it's time.
Yeah, so apologies. So I'm gonna go let's see. I'm gonna, did you already start working on the slides? Ricken
Not
and Ellie?
yet.
Okay. So let me make sure you have a link. Everybody has a link to the slideshow that I tried to send it through in the main chat, but apparently that won't go through. So if you click on that, that'll bring the slideshow up. We're also having issues with screen sharing by the co-hosts. If any of you is clear on how to screen share, because I thought I had it, and I think what happened is I didn't set up right before we went to the breakout rooms. So we're doing with the other groups is basically each of you pull up the slideshow, have you gone over who's doing what slides yet, Ellie? With people? So glad to see you. Okay, we did have one student drop, so there's a little bit of shifting. So let me read the slides off to everybody. So if you guys could get a piece of paper or type it on your computer. Okay, Arhan, we're gonna have you do 18 through 24. And they're gonna explain to you if they haven't already, I'm sure they have, but you're not gonna try to say everything that's on the presenter's notes. You're just gonna kind of get the main point of each slide. So don't stress about it. You'll do great, and Orla can help with this too. Helen didn't make it unless I'm missing something. So Kirti, we're gonna have you do slides 25 and actually, and Ellie, you should write this down too, because it's a little different from what you have. So if Arhan was just to recap 18 to 24, Kirti is going to do 25 through 35. Barkov, 36, hang on, okay, through 38. Mariam, 30, okay, so but hey, what are you doing? Oh, you found it?
Oops, meeting settings.
That's not, so the meeting settings isn't anywhere in the program. Excuse us for just a second.
Okay, then you gotta go to that.
Yeah, I actually not sure we're gonna be able to change that without keeping the meeting, which tends to not work well. Because I had it. Okay, where is it? Share. Okay. Let me help them get started, Isaac, and then we can come back to this. Okay, just go ahead. They can pull it. I know we knew there's gonna be some issues. So but go ahead and just have them pull it up on their side. Okay. So Mariam, you mentioned that your mic wasn't working. Have you been able to fix that?
She's been able to use the chat.
Okay. She's not gonna be yeah, I'm sorry if there was, I'll look through, full control. Okay. I'm sorry if I'll definitely look through the leading notes to try to figure out if that wasn't clear. But since you're presenting, it's going to be hard to do that without using a mic. We have for you 39 through 44, and then CT is in the other group, so we're good. Okay. So each of you go ahead and pull up that slideshow from the link that I put in the chat. And then go ahead and start doing the slides. We're gonna probably need to come back as a group and then but I need to talk with somebody. So I will be back.
So I think we have people practicing slides, am I right?
Can you repeat that?
Yes, people are going to practice now how to deliver the talk that goes with the slides, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So do people want to have a glance and at their slides, have a read down, and then maybe run through them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aaron, if you guys caught what slides you got, then you can go over to the link and practice them while we wait. And if you feel confident enough, you can practice in a small group, just a test run.
Yeah. Or if anyone is ready for a test run straight away, they can go ahead and read.
Yeah, definitely good idea.
And if anyone doesn't know their slides, I have them in front of me. I can tell you guys.
You have a note. Okay. Would anyone like to start? Get their slides done? Maybe they're all having a read.
Can you guys hear us?
We'll assume they can, Rican. Have you slides to do?
What?
Rican, do you have slides in this presentation to read?
Yeah, I read so I read slides on this presentation for sure.
So we might have him jump in if we need some help, if anybody, but yeah, he's just gonna kind of help with the practice. Well, yeah, I would say like turn off your mic, read it through loud to yourself, then turn it back on, and then you guys can take turns presenting, and your leaders will guide you through it.
Okay, thanks, Pam.
Pam? Pam?
Yeah, sorry.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
So I sent one of my friends the link, but he needs the Zoom information. Can I give him the link?
Oh yeah, definitely.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, wait, you mean like a friend of yours who hasn't joined?
Yeah.
Oh, at this point, I wouldn't add anybody because it's enough.
Oh.
Yeah,
All right.
I'd love to have him do it, but definitely another time. Yeah,
Okay.
and yeah, we can talk about it later. Yeah, thanks.
All right.
Hey, are you able to screen share with people? You're not, right?
No.
Okay, I'm trying to solve that. Abby just asked me how much time we have in the groups, and if you guys could text me as soon as you feel like there's a chance we could do a slide run through, because I think we need to have a break and then do a whole run through practice, but it's not
Okay.
going very well, but I'm trying. Thanks.
Yeah.
That's good. Hi there. How's it going?
I don't know if you saw my text. I asked how much time do we have in this?
Yeah, that's the problem here. Yeah, I would say, at the point where Jean feels like he can go ahead and present, we should go ahead for it. So just whatever support you can give him. We've got, because of some people who didn't come, we've got some different, like one group has a lot more students, but they're, if, and including one who just essentially is saying is not going to be able to present, I think. But do you have to leave, right?
Yeah, around 11:30. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see, who had these slides? So is Ellie. I may ask Ellie to just pick those slides up, because I think 45. That wasn't. It was.
So do we have more time to practice, or?
Yeah. So take a little more time to practice. So officially, what our schedule says is that we are going to. I think we're going to skip the art project. We are going to skip the art project because we really should be on a lunch break now. You guys should have been able to go through the slides, and in person this is a lot smoother, as you saw, but it's just tricky with this. I did confirm for however reason it's not going to let me edit the meeting and make you guys co-hosts. You just have to kind of have people look at their slides on their own. So and then talk through the slide without, and you follow along on your side. Does that make sense? So it's kind of like, you see it, they see it, but you don't see what they're seeing, but they'll do the.
So what time will we be leaving the breakout rooms?
So I would say, so how, Jean-Fritz, are you feeling like you're okay to do those slides at this point? We're going to do a run through with the whole group.
Yes, I can do the from 1 to 17. Like,
Okay, yeah, that's awesome. So I would say, if you guys need to take a break, I think the other rooms are going to be at least 10 minutes behind you, probably more. So let's say you guys could take a break till 11:30, grab food, whatever you need to do. And I'm going to just leave you in this breakout room and go check on the others. Okay.
All right.
Thanks for your patience.
That's
Right,
awesome.
it's a very important date. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out a ceremony that would be suitable to launch such a decade.
Hi, I'm going to jump in for just a second.
Oh.
How is the slide practice going?
I think people Kirti working away. Yeah.
Yeah, they're all practicing right now.
Okay. If you think you can start, I would say go ahead and just kind of going in order. So let's see, trying to make sure who you guys have. Kirti, right? Okay. Excellent. So for you, you guys will start with slide 31 on your practice. So I would just pick, oh no, I'm sorry, 25. So starting with 25, just do kind of a group run through by yourselves. One of the other groups is done. You have more people than they do. So you'll basically do the ones, so you're going to do your run through with your students, and then I'll check back in. We want to make sure you get a break. We're going to skip the art project because things are just a little bit clunkier like we kind of expected. But I want to get you guys a bit of a break, and then we'll go to the full slide rehearsal with everybody. Okay, I'll be back.
Sounds good.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Doctrine. These are like a lot of
Doctrine.
words.
Yeah, I'm just going to jump in for a second. Yeah, how's it going?
We are doing, I'm having them, well, Judah's the last person, so I'm having them read all the presenters' notes, and then we're going to circle back around after lunch, and we're going to go over with the whole group, deciding which are the key points that we want to illustrate from each of the slides.
Oh, so actually we're not going to be coming back together as a group by yourselves. Once you come back, and we have Jean-Felix who's going to speak and needs to go. So where are you in terms of like, are people, do you think, Travis, do you think that generally they're getting to a point where has everybody's presented to the group as a whole yet? Like if it sounds like Judah was finishing up, is that right?
So Judah has a ton of slides. He's got the fat section at the end, and we just like started.
Okay. Did the others present already though?
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, I'm gonna be quiet and disappear. And I'll probably text you something other. Okay.
Quick pause, Judah, right before you start. With no.
Hello.
Hey.
So you know that friend I was talking about?
Yeah.
He wants to know if there's gonna be another one of these soon.
I'm not sure how soon.
Okay.
But yeah, as soon as possible. And often what happens is just if people really want to do it and it can get some adult help for some of the logistics, like outreach, because I'm worn out because I've been most of this week trying to get word out. Oh, hi, Jean-Felix. So I'm gonna duck out because I need to try to figure out how we get the middle group to catch up. Because youngest and the oldest are doing great, but the middle group's just having a bit of a challenge.
All right.
Okay, thanks.
I'll tell him.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Would you give me just a minute? I texted you. I don't know if you saw my text.
Yeah, I was trying to get to it. Thank you so much. Oops. Yeah, thanks. I know you had to leave.
Sure.
Yeah, we're having this middle group is really struggling. And my not having set up the co-host thing didn't help. So it's definitely trying to get better. Do you need do you need to leave right now? Do you have 5 minutes or 10? Tell me how much and I'll see. I'm a little afraid of pulling in that middle group because without them getting a little further through, but yeah, tell me your situation. I'm trying to find my way back to the text.
Okay. Yeah, I think I have 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay. Okay. Let me think what to do. I'll you head back in that group and I'll be there in a minute.
what's missing in the slides really from the German organization that I've come across. There is it's all very heavy material, and I think some bit of relief in it in a joke or whatever would really help.
I honestly think like here, like regarding skits about climate change, I mean, there probably are a few like on SNL or something, like you could probably look up on YouTube or something that are pretty funny.
Hey, did you guys get through the, oh, sorry for jumping in, but did you get through the run through okay?
I don't think anyone has said they're ready.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because we're in, so the other groups are ready and Jean-Felix needs to leave. So we need to we're gonna listen to him. So I think. So I'm gonna see if I can have him be able to at least talk with the other groups. You guys, I'm sorry you missed that, but go ahead. I think this is harder, I know, over Zoom, but I would say just Mariam, I can call you or call through your mom if that helps and we can talk. But if you, I don't know if there's been conversations I missed out on, but because you would be presenting, if you don't want to present, it pretty much doesn't work to do the training very well. And you've done a lot of really great stuff in the chat. I appreciate. And I think you will be fine presenting. I know, the training that you don't remember if you got to see the final presentation or not, but I know, you might remember that some of the students there struggled, some of whom are now really good leaders. So I would really encourage you to consider at least turning on your mic and practicing those slides. Let's start, I think Curtis are up first. So why don't we start with yours and then Mariam, okay? Because I can give you maybe just enough time to do a quick run through, but I literally would hit like the most important point on each slide. And if there's 3 important points, you're probably going to have to pick one just so you can for this run through. And then we'll do a run through with the whole group. So you'll have another chance to go through it. Okay. Okay. I'm going to go help that presentation happen. Any questions for me, Ellie? Are you doing okay? Okay. Thanks. I'll send you a text too if I need to. Okay. I can do this.
You to take action to save the future. you can take action such as organizing a demonstration, rally, or march. You and your family can join ones that have already been planned. Or you can do something like a fundraiser, to get something just like a fundraiser for organization. Another great way to put your skills to work for the movement, be effective and have fun, is to create some art. It could be a skit, rap, or a song. You can design racing pin-ons, like the numbers that runners wear in a race, but with a climate theme. After all, we're in a race for our lives. You can turn a song into a committee testimony and tune up your guitar or uke. Get your friends who care about the climate and get together and have fun. Maybe you'll play a board game or design. Go for a swim in a nearby river, or just share a nice meal in front of a fire that you made using old untreated fence boards from the fence you replaced in last year's prunings from the apple tree you planted. The great thing about working with families is that kids and often parents know how to have fun. We would love your help organizing outings. We're fun. We'd love to hike. Help us organize. For a real easy start in organizing a team meeting or activity, try movie plan. One of the benefits of doing this work is that you will meet some amazing young people from all around the world. And when you are having a hard day or giving a speech somewhere, they will have your back. It's a pretty wonderful world. And remember, individuals and families working together can make a difference. Do you want to know one last way that couples and families can help? Children are indeed a blessing. But right now, the earth has more people than it can handle, especially given our current lifestyle. When you think about having children, please consider bringing fewer children into the world and looking into adding your family through adopting a child or becoming a foster parent. We don't make this like, I don't know how, yeah, okay. There are many children already born who would enrich your life. Thank you very much for listening. We've talked about a lot of hard things, but also about many things that we can do to give us all a better chance at addressing the crisis. Speak truth to power. Life and like your life and your world depends on it, because they do. We need your help.
Good stuff, Judah.
Oh, awesome job. Yeah. Hey, I'm going to butt in for a second because group 2 needs some extra time, but Jean-Felix has been promised we're going to let him care for his son better than we've been letting him. So he's going to speak for a minute to us from France. And then we'll get a bit of a lunch break and then we'll reconvene. But yeah, go for it, Jean-Felix. At least most of them can hear you.
Hello, can I go ahead? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good. Thank you. It's a great pleasure to have joined this event. Indeed, so it's equally a pleasure to have had youth being engaged and committed to this issue of climate change. I've liked the presentations they've done. It really showed me how they have got an awareness, how they have deeply understood the reasons we are facing this issue. From the presentation, we've seen the role everyone has played, including leaders, even adults. Unfortunately, the youth are the ones who are inheriting these challenges related to behaviors people have shown in the past and are still showing. Yeah, it was in the presentation that Pam showed prior to this call. You saw I'm from Rwanda, but currently I'm living in France. Before coming here, I've done a lot that is going in the same direction of what you are doing. This means I've done quite a lot while I was in Rwanda, which means we have organized gatherings of pupils, I mean students from the primary schools who have benefited from our trainings and presentations. Sessions were held across, I would say, 3 to 5 districts in Rwanda. We went to about 15 schools, and we've managed to reach about 1,200 students who were trained, who got awareness, and who in turn planted trees and went to their respective communities to advocate for environmental justice or climate issue. I don't know if I have time. I would share a little about what we've done. If you allow me, I would share my screen for you to see.
If people need to eat, and it's okay, cool if you want to put your camera off and grab some food and listen.
Sure. Yeah, I can share a PowerPoint if unfortunately from my end I'm not allowed to share the screen. If you can allow me to do so, I would appreciate it. From my end, I can't share the screen.
Yeah, there's something wrong with the setting, and I've been trying to troubleshoot that in the back. Is it a slideshow you can email me a link to and I can share for you?
Sure.
Okay, sounds good.
It's a couple of slides. I think 6 slides. Let me send them over to you so that you can share. So just a minute of.
You emailed them to me, correct? Okay. My computer's probably working pretty hard, so give me just a second.
I'm trying to.
I'm not gonna. You said you emailed it, right?
It's there. It's a PowerPoint.
Oh, in the email?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not getting it. It's weird.
Maybe you can refresh.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, okay. Let me get some of my stuff out of the way.
See there?
Yeah, I got it. I just need to get to the right screen now to screen share.
Yeah.
Give me just a second. Yay, great. Okay.
Yeah, this is a small PowerPoint I prepared quickly after you've told me about this event. It's just to give you a small snapshot of what we've done under the background and what were the enablers, what we were able to do, and even what are the challenges. Yeah, as you can see in this slide, I'm talking about the background issue that the initiatives of tree planting have been there since quite some time, but the problem was about the follow-up. So many trees were planted, but in months that followed, these trees would mysteriously disappear due to lack of follow-up. And I would also say lack of commitment. It became like ceremony each year. Each year, people would gather plant trees to be destroyed the following month. Also, there was also the issue of lack of balance between tree planting and tree cutting, which means trees were massively cut down while planting was relatively lower than the level of cutting. There was also the approach, the linear approach. Here, I mean, tackling the environment issue seemed like what was done in a linear way, which means tree planting. Yet, from even the presentation that youth did a few minutes ago, they showed that there are other reasons why there is this environmental degradation. So a lot was lacking, including policies, regulations, like how marshlands are managed, how water is managed, the reduction of harmful gases like fossil fuel, like they were presenting. Practically, there were no policies that were regulating this. I would also add that there was skepticism among the population and the leaders about the importance of environment. People have been enjoying environment, but they were not aware that year after year, we are degrading, we are consuming, we are not replacing. So people were talking, including Wangari Maathai, you showed a few in the presentation, but the people were saying, this, I don't know, we are concerned. Maybe future generations, which is lack of awareness. The next slide. What has been done of course, in reaction to issues presented in the previous slide, there is government will, which means leadership adopted laws, became supportive towards environmental preservation initiatives. There were parastatal and private organizations that were funded or came to operate in Rwanda. This was an enabling factor. This was an enabling factor that helped to conduct such activities. Youth are now engaged and motivated to seek environment justice, and the population is becoming aware. Thanks to some of the initiatives like ours, these academies organized, and other actors also organized. Excuse me. Yeah. Yeah, the other actors also organized such sessions to bring about awareness in the community. The following. following slide. I personally and the youth, what have we done? I met Pam, I think, back in 2018. But prior to that, I'd attended the global summits. In 2016, I was in Germany, where I met youth from around the world. This was a summit organized by Plant for the Planet. I personally have organized academies, and I have mobilized the university students and graduates to come and join efforts as we train the students and the pupils from mainly primary schools. I have facilitated the distribution of reading materials to increase awareness on environment. So we didn't have enough time, especially these academies were organized on weekends. So we thought, as we were dealing with students who can read, we gave them materials. We thank some of the organizations, including Plant for the Planet, who gave us materials which we distributed. And we are very confident that in reading these materials, either communities, students, adults, and young, or everyone became aware of the environmental issues. We have also done advocacy to mobilize resources. This, we have done it, but it's really a challenge. It's a challenge. I would say we didn't achieve much because people do not want to give money. After some time, I've left my country. I left behind my partners who are students from university, graduates and fresh graduates who went on after I've left. So they kept on organizing academies and training and bringing awareness, even among the leaders, which is still running. As I speak now, I'm in France. I still offer kind of guidance, support, and mentorship, but I'm not actively participating in such activities. In scrolling down, in the next slide, you will see the photos. This is a photo of the graduation. The event we held when we trained the youth. I don't know if you can scroll down. I don't know if people are able to see because it's not in the presentation mode, but I hope they are. Yeah, this, I think I've already talked about this, but we can scroll down, go to the challenges in the following slide. Challenges we have, people are not willing to change and adopt environmental free methods and approaches. Why? Because people want to maximize profit. People are really avid and greedy. People do not want to, it's like they are used to a certain way of doing and they do not want to change. They are really resisting to change. These are challenges I call the attitude-based challenges, but they are also context-based challenges. There are lack of collective efforts. People are not willing to work together, or maybe some leaders are not effectively collaborating with private sector to bring about positive approaches. There is lack of funds, like I mentioned earlier. Big firms or business people, entities they are not, though they have money, they do not want to adhere to our idea and commit money and means to help our efforts bring about more impact. In Rwanda particularly, we have an issue of land tenure due to density of population. Maybe you Google in and see the situation. This, though it doesn't have much impact, more impact than other factors, but the factor is a challenge that is that our efforts were facing. It's a factor that is degrading the environment. When you look at how people are constructing houses, you see it's scattered. Maybe for you in developed countries, you see people are living in story houses, but in my country, houses are scattered or on hills and valleys, which is a challenge, which is a great challenge. Maybe you have a chance to visit and see how the construction is done in Rwanda. Again, there is economics. Yes.
Thank you so much. That's okay if you want to say one more sentence or two. I think we're getting some hungry folks, and I probably better send them off for a quick break. Okay. We'll have everybody keep their Zoom connection, sure. But before we know it, the parents will be here. So yeah, I'll let you finish up for a second, and then we'll come back together at like 12:05.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm on the last slide. To sum up, I would thank you. And I would do an advocacy. You from the developed world, it's good to team up with youth from the global south, the third world, because this we are all concerned. Though the figures you showed earlier on show that maybe there is imbalance depending on continents, but we are all globally affected. So it's good to team up with people from around the world so that we can address this issue collectively. Well, thank you so much. I'll be leaving you, and I hope from what I saw, you will come up with a good dynamism, and your efforts for sure will bring about a positive change we are aspiring to. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jean-Felix. And in case anybody missed the comment earlier or the email, we are having some speakers over lunch. So if you've not grabbed lunch, grab it now, because we're basically gonna hear from Orla, who's joined us from Ireland, about what she's been up to. Hopefully, Orla, you got a chance to get a bite. I'm hoping. At least you don't have to do the practice. You go practice after, so you get another chance after you speak. But by 12:05, we're going to get cracking, if not sooner, on the full slide run through. So, and everybody, I don't know, it's easier when I can see people's cameras on things, but just, you know, it's always kind of like for a lot of people, I don't know if I could do this, but you could do it. You'll be great. And you've got some really great leaders today, you know, everybody, Rick and Ellie, Travis, Abby. I really appreciate all of what you've been doing. But yeah, Orla, tell us what you've been up to.
Well, we were talking about action earlier on, and I thought, you know what about an Irish tree for you all? So I ran out to my garden because today is actually the very last day of our National Tree Week drive. So I have planted us some older trees here in this bucket, and I will be taking them to a park to plant out. They're still dormant, and I just heard that.
What kind of tree was it? What kind of tree?
Alder.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're very good in adversity. And I just heard that 1,000 more trees have been planted on our project over on the Wild Atlantic Way by 2 students who during the lockdown could not go to their college because it was shut. So one of the boys who was 20 about 3 weeks ago, he took over his father's drapery shop, and he hired 10 people on machines, sewing machines powered by windmills, and they make these lovely products like this tree bag. They're called Pure Clothing. They're making a t-shirt for me now, as well for our TEDx Crown Trees for Ireland conference. So I think I really so that's it. Like, that is what we do. What we do is we take action. So I really enjoyed all the talks this morning. I really learned from them, and I have a lot of experience of children feeling anxiety now with the messages that we hear every day in the news. So our solution is to follow the example of Wangari Maathai that you heard of earlier, who planted 30 million trees and got a Nobel Prize. So she is our African Mama Meet. Well, she's our African. Thank you.
Mama Muti. It's a Mama tree.
Mama Muti. Yeah, our Mama tree.
There's a great movie about her, by the way. Probably, but one I know.
If it's the one I've seen, yeah, it is a great one. So her baton was picked up by the 9-year-old boy Felix, who you saw in the picture there with Pan. I was too shy to get in a picture that night, Pam. I regret it. I thought I would see Felix again, but actually he was in Mexico the last time we had a youth summit, and so I see him on Zooms. But Felix put up the challenge that the children in every country would plant a tree. So trees seem to be the simplest way we can think of to reduce temperature by 1 degree by the end of this decade by the planting of 1 trillion trees. So I am organising a talk to be recorded on Monday, where in Ireland we have found space for 1 billion trees. So of course everyone will run around saying Orla has lost her marbles, because where will all the people live if we have 1 million trees in Ireland, or billion? But we have 4 times as much space as we need for that. So where do we find the space? In corners, in schoolyards, in car parks, in churches. Now, yeah, sorry, I lost you there for a minute. So, our action is to plant 1 million trees with our 1 million school children. So I thought that probably would be a big ask, because believe it or not, a lot of people don't like trees in Ireland. But I have a picture here of us with our president, who is actually 80 tomorrow, our head of state, and he had us up to his residence to plant our 100,000 sapling last October. We brought 2 children up, a brother and sister, 1 parent, and 1 member of. I couldn't even go because I was beyond my travel restriction. You could only travel within your county, so we were able to send a delegation. So that is something that I recommend to you all, because I heard, and I've actually banned the use of these terms in my house here. I don't allow my husband to use the word need or should, and apparently it makes you feel needy if you hear that, we need this, we need that, we need the other. It can make you anxious. Should is another thing that can make us feel guilty.
That's a really good. Can I jump in with something, Orla? One of the best advices I was given, and I was kind of going that way, but someone said to me when I became a mom and I started nursing my kids, they said, no, don't say you're going to try to nurse. Just say you're going to nurse, because the moment you say try, it sort of gives you this feeling like, oh, I'm not going to be able to do that. And yeah, it's really, that's like 3rd word for your collection.
Yeah, absolutely, Pam. Well, I like these little, they don't always sink in straight away, but everything we are doing here we try, and I know people have complained about COVID last year, and in the face of the momentous challenges that we're being faced that we have been and continue to be faced with, that this positivity is misplaced. However, by taking action and planting trees, and you can do a tree in 2 minutes. Pam knows, we did it in Italy. We planted a lemon tree in the hostel. The time we were in Bonn, I sent for an apple tree from the local nursery, and Plant for the Planet said, oh, Orla's buying an apple tree. Well, Plant for the Planet will buy another apple tree. So I heard a great talk as I prepare for my conference the other day from a young Indian man who said his method of going about what species that has to be done is to give. So I was on the phone to someone yesterday, and they said to me, because we were on national television actually during Tree Week, and we got a great response. So really, suddenly, every second person in the country seems to be emailing me saying, oh, please, will you come and, will you get me a tree for my garden? So rather than waiting for Orla or Pam to go and get a tree for your garden, if you organize your own tree, like as soon as, in Ireland, you can plant if they're in a pot at any time of the year. So whatever your local conditions are, I know in Portland, you have a lot more trees than we have here. Ireland is one of the...
Well, and that's all really because of somebody like you, Orla. And we should go on the slideshow, but just there's a group called Friends of Trees, which we been crew leaders for, Miko, Isaac, and I. And essentially, Portland is like one of the few areas, I think, in the world, but in the US for sure. I mean, obviously Kenya is up there too. That has increased its tree cover net over the last, say, 30 years. And it's really this organization, this and one called the Portland Fruit Tree Project, which plants fruit trees so that people will have more food instead of being stuck with food pantries and things like that. Which is what we're doing in the yard. Let me switch over. So let me thank you so much, Orla, for speaking. I really, really appreciate it. I know you have somewhere to go too. So I don't
The decarbonizing is it has to go hand in hand. Carbon down and trees up. I have my electric car outside, my heat pump in the garden. The trees cannot do it by themselves. So keep up all your decarbonizing work. Let's keep in touch.
Yeah, sounds great. Thank you so much.
EasyTrees.com. I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, thank you. And you'll find it on the website too. The flyer has the name, and we'll do a link later. So
you all have a tree in Ireland now. You all have a tree growing here.
Thank you.
Go and see it when you can.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I remember when you went and picked up that lemon tree. It was so awesome. So we're gonna just do a run through. And remember, you're not trying to memorize, you're not trying to say everything on your slide. You're just gonna look at the slide, kind of say the main point. I've got my list of here who's presenting. As you saw in this morning, if I am trying to see somebody's face and I click on it, then I hit the wrong slide. Don't be shy about, oh, back one, please. Up, time to switch. If you pause, that will usually help me go on, but we're going to kind of pick up the pace a little faster than we did this morning. And here we go. Anybody have any questions first? I'm just going to read through the slide numbers. So I have, I think I heard this. Oops. Okay. That's our technical support line. Very kind person who's used Zoom a lot, but I think we're past the worst of it, hopefully. Okay, so we've got Jean Fritz. I have on 1 through 17. Then Arhan doing 18 through 24. Then Kirti is doing 25 through 35. And side note, I know some of you are going, man, I got too many slides, or why didn't I get more, or whatever. Some of these have to do with my rough guess, and some of it has to do with how hard the slides are in our experience. Barkov, 36 through 38. Isaac, 39 through 44. Judah, 45 to the end. Okay, I'm going to do that screen sharing thing again. Okay. Did I go? There we are. And if you have parents who are going to be joining, we're going to keep them in the waiting room until we're done. So that's another reason for us to pick up the pace, but it's not that I'm ignoring them. So if you're, dad taps you on the shoulder and says, hey, it's me, just blame me. Okay. Take it away. I'll keep my thing on mute, but I'll try to be quiet. See if you need help. But everybody else, you can mute if you're not speaking. John Fritz? We still can't hear you.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so good afternoon to everybody. It's a pleasure for me to participate in this youth acting for our planet presentation. And right now I'm in Haiti and participating with you in Haiti. And so I think I do not really I do not have to say this list. Should I have to do it?
No, I like if you were doing it, you could just say, these are the leaders who led our training today.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
we didn't need to go off the list, so apologies.
So to begin, what is the climate crisis? So here we can see a natural cycle, and it's the CO2 atmospheric natural cycle, where every organism need CO2, and plants, animals, but when in this industrial use this CO2 and release it in the atmosphere, it can cause problems if they release it at a higher level.
Let's for today, for sure. Let's have you, just because sometimes it's a little bit hard for me to figure this out. Just say next slide, and then I'll know you're ready to go on. So
Okay.
I have to wait for
Yeah,
me. I figure, are you going to say anything else?
Yeah, in this slide you sent me, I have seen a transcript. I have seen something, the transcript, but right now I do not see it. So.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. So yeah, okay. That's a note for me to remember for the future. Yeah, so we won't have the presenter's notes up on the screen. This is true for everybody. So when you see it, just sort of try to remember what you can remember from it. So like, if you can remember the part about this has all been since the 1800s, that's great. If not, just say next slide and we'll go on. Because in ideal world, you would have had physical presenters notes to look at, or a second thing like a phone that you could look at while you're on a computer. But yeah, okay. Sorry about that. Yeah.
So in this slide, we will see something about the greenhouse effect. So we can see the sun who project some light on the earth, but some of this light will captured by a blanket, and when there is this blanket serve like something who the earth need to get heat, enough heat to not dissolve, and enough heat to not be too much hot. But when there is too much CO2 in the atmosphere, and it get these blankets do not allow some light to get out, that cause the earth to get warmer. So next. And yeah, this is what we just explained. So the greenhouse effect with pollution. And by pollution, we used to see everything that we cannot really use, everything. So for example, right now you are drinking water. If you have to drink too much water, that is pollution. And it's the same. So if you have food but if you have too much food, if you prepare too much food, that can cause pollution. And it's the same for everything. For example, in your family, you do not really need to have 3 or 4 or 5 cars, or you can only drive only 1 car. So that cause pollution when you do that. It's the reason why there is an expression, there is a words we used to use to describe that call to have a sober minded. That means you just need what you can really use. Next slide, please. And this is the Arctic ice and Greenland ice. So that is the year of 1980, where we can see there were a lot of snow and ice on the mountain. But next slide, we will see in the next slide, we will see how this snow and ice has melt, and because of that, the level of the water, of the seawater, has risen, and that can cause a lot of trouble, where people can lose their house, they can lose their land, their garden, because of too much water on the land. So next slide is, and this is the reflectivity potential of the Arctic. So heat reflect back out into space. Next. And that is something really important about global warming. I mean, you can see the global temperature and carbon dioxide increasing. So from 1880, the level of Celsius, degree Celsius have increased, and it's the same for the, and this caused by the quantity of ppm that we have in our atmosphere. And when we have too much ppm in the atmosphere, yes, that can make it warmer, essential. So for example, with a 2050 ppm, this we can have 1 degree Celsius. But if we get if this amount get increased, so it will be warmer. And 410 ppm is a very high amount of molecule of carbon dioxide that we can have in the atmosphere. And we do not have to have more. We need to get it down. We need to draw it down, and we have to use all kind of alternative to get it down. And it's the reason why we need everybody to get involved in those activities, because it's not an issue that only one person can solve. Is the whole planet who need to take action. Next slide, please. And so yeah, and as you can see, the largest source of global warming pollution is the burning of fossil fuels. And so can you turn the previous slide? I want to say something. Yeah, as you can see, from around the year of 1815, at the, so you know, the century of 80s is the century of in this industrial revolution. So starting at the industrial revolution, we can see how for burning fossil fuels has increased, and until the year of 2018, so it's became very higher. So right now we really need other alternatives to not use fossil fuels, like in these years, in these centuries. So the consequences we can have in when our Earth is become warmer is that we will have so much forest fire. And so why we have to act now, and why we have not to delay, because the longer we stay, the longer we delay, is the less effective we will be. Why is climate change is something I should care, or we should care about? Like I just said, it's a global issue. Everybody has to care about it. Every rich country, poor country, everybody should be involved in trying to solving this problem, because if we do not do it right now, our next generation will be in very big trouble. So right now we have to start by now. And here we can see a comparison between the glacier. We can see the melting of this glacier, and we're in the first picture in 1901, and the mountain has so much snow, but in 2015, the snow has melted, and we can only see the mountain without trees, and we can even say without some other species that live in the glacier too, because if the glacier is disappear, it will not disappear by itself. It will bring some other species who will disappear with it. It's the reason why we should really care, because we are not the only one affecting by this climate crisis. So other species are also And I think this picture explains itself. It's the Sonora, California. It's where we can see a shortage of water, a land that is become warmer. So I mean trees that is dying. And I can say, so before these pictures have been taken, how many other species have lived in this area right now who cannot stay in this area because there is lack of water, it's too warm. And so it's the reason why we human, we need to act right now. And this is a Eagle Creek fire in Columbia River in Gauge 2017. So that is one of the biggest problem when our earth become warmer. You can see the every forest, every natural forest, tropical forest will get burned, and they will release a lot of CO2 in the atmosphere that will continue to block the sunlight to get out to the atmosphere. So it will be warmer our planet.
Thank you so much. I'm going to jump in real quick before we have you go, Arhan. I just want to end the screen share and I'll come right back. I'm trying to figure out, I lost the ability to put the waiting room controls back on, and we want to keep the parents out for a little bit. So give me just a second. Where did that?
Room, right? Is that it?
Oh, that's the problem. Okay, catch y'all in a second. Thank you. Wow, Abby. Do not hit end meeting for all. No, not that either. Okay, I can do this. Leave room. Where is leave room for all? Got it. Okay. Abby saves the day again. Okay. Like, where is that control? It's gone. Okay, go ahead. So we have Arhan next up, and I'll get the slides back up. Let me just get the waiting room. Enable. Okay, great. Okay. Okay. Go for it. And when the parents come in, flip yourself, okay? But you could go that way now. Looks good. We got to get your voice out back. So if you can unmute yourself, there you go.
So for over 100 years, there was only one major fire in California that destroyed thousands of acres. But then since 2003, there were 7 fires that went bigger than that. And so this was what a city in California used to look like. And so this is a picture of basically an aftermath of a fire. everything is burnt. So people that live near the coasts could end up losing their homes because the places where they live at will get flooded because global warming will melt the ice caps and then releasing the water. This is a photo of a place near the coast. Next. And this is a photo of after the town got flooded. And this, here you can see the contrast. At first it was filled with people and it was mostly normal, but then after it just got flooded and there's just a lot of water piling up in one area. This is an example of what happened after so there was a storm in Texas that received 5 feet of rain. And it was next to an oil refinery. So when the rain came, it also spread out a lot of oil around everywhere. And so that oil would go and get sucked up by the trees. And it would also go down the drains and into the oceans and rivers. And it would pollute there as well. And so this is saying not for that to happen. Fracking it's saying to ban fracking.
Great. Okay. And I'm going to cut in for just a second. I just put something in the chat. But we had a question about inviting friends to the final presentation. That's fine. They'll wait in the waiting room like the parents. So if you want to text somebody while someone else is speaking, go for it. But they don't get to speak. So just, because, okay. Thank you. That was a great job. Okay. So now we've got Kirti up, leading the next slide. I click on it, right?
As Pope Francis said, the gravest effects of all attacks on the environment are suffered by the poorest. Next slide. This letter came to us from a home in Bangladesh. Flooding happens to many lives in the American South. Next slide. It is not only the poor countries that will be affected. This map of North America shows in light blue where the ocean swelled by melted polar ice caps would cover existing lands. If this feels very far in the future, it's not. It's happening now. Next slide. It's natural that many people want to hope that the climate crisis isn't happening or that science or politicians will somehow make everything okay. This tendency means that most of us aren't paying attention to what is going on already around the world. This is a photo of a sunny day in Miami, Florida, that shows streets being flooded with water. But people who live in Miami are seeing that the sea level has already risen enough that the streets there are flooded, not due to rain or storms, just due to the rise in sea level. Next slide. Large regions and even whole nations could vanish into the waves, like the Republic of the Marshall Islands. Homes like this one in places like the Marshall Islands are already being flooded and damaged by rising waters. If we don't stop climate change, it will cause many people to become climate refugees. Roughly a third to half of the global population live near the coasts. If they lost their communities and homes and had to move, it would cause unimaginable suffering both for them and for the communities which they would try to flee to. Current estimates are that in 2014 alone, 19.3 million people fled climate-related calamities. Often, the groups of people who are the least responsible for the climate crisis suffer the most. This is why it's essential to support organizations in the marginalized communities that are fighting for climate justice. Next slide. Around the world, people from cities like London and Paris and countries like Bangladesh are being impacted by droughts and floodings. The climate refugees in this photo are trying to reach Europe to find a new home, sailing on a fishing boat from North Africa across the Mediterranean Sea. Many people get drinking water from rivers and streams that are created by glaciers. Glaciers melting means that drinking water will become scarce. Millions of people will flee from droughts, hunger, and violence, hoping to find better living conditions. People will try to move to places that are less affected, like Europe and North America, leading to crowding. Next slide. So this brings us to the big question: how can we help? Well, the first step is to empower ourselves and others of all ages. You've already taken a step with joining this YAE training. Together, we must reduce greenhouse gas emissions. At the same time, we must work hard and fast to naturally draw and store the CO2 that is already in the atmosphere. You can't fix the problem with the same misguided way of thinking that got you into trouble in the first place. Now is the time to draw upon ancient wisdom traditions that have not forgotten about the importance of being in balance with nature. An important thing to remember is that individual action matters. However, collective action is what we need most. You have already taken an important step by joining the Youth Acting for Our Earth. With your help, we will work together to advocate for our planet and all its creatures. Next slide. There are some really amazing and wonderful people who have cleared a path for you. One person can make a difference. Next slide. When we finish our training today, we will be YAE's climate leaders. We can individually and together have a lot of great ideas. Team up with each other and your parents to carry them out. You can also get your family to organize local monthly meetings and fun activities in nature so you can work and play with other families who are working to protect what is at stake. You can also get your school to stop buying food with genetically modified ingredients. And volunteering to help lead future youth climate trainings is another thing you can do. With a pen and mic, you can make a big difference.
Wonderful job. Okay, so we have Barkov up next.
Okay. The technology of CO2. I think it's echoing. Okay. The technology of CO2-free future already exists. The cost of things like solar panels is getting cheaper every day. Ignore the misinformation campaigns and do your own research or listen to reputable organizations. Remember, we must dramatically reduce our lifestyle-related CO2 emissions worldwide immediately. The sooner we do it, the happier we'll be. Next slide. Adults in your life need to make your own lifestyle changes, like playing in pickup games instead of youth sport leagues, which have high carbon footprint. Pausing that video at least when you're not watching it. If you model good behavior and tell them about your concerns, they will usually listen and perhaps follow your lead. Bring your own reusable cups, straws, utensils, takeout containers, and bags with you. There's just no excuse for using disposables. So tell your companions you don't want their trash and remember to say no thank you when someone tries to give you a disposable product. Next slide. Methane is another greenhouse gas that is even more dangerous and powerful than CO2. Cattle raised using intensive livestock farming and being fed corn and soy produce a lot of methane. But grass-fed and holistic management practices are better for cattle and contribute to improving the climate crisis. And the same food that is healthier for the earth is healthier for us too. You will thrive.
Not sure if we lost your audio. Or just me. It's been great. So just now it's disappeared. Can you hear me, Barkov?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay, am I saying your name okay?
Yeah.
And Arham, is that close to your name?
Huh?
Would you say your name for me?
Bargov?
Barkov. And Arham, is that right? Okay, great. Okay, thanks. The next slide, you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's my slide. I think I'm supposed to do until 38.
Actually, we were going to have Isaac go from there, but if you feel comfortable and you want to keep running, just keep going. And when you feel like, just turn it over to Isaac.
No, Isaac can go.
Okay.
Besides stopping greenhouse gas emissions, one of the most important things that we can do is plant trees and protect the ones that are already here. Trees are essential for the natural carbon cycle. They pull carbon dioxide down from the atmosphere for us, and in return, give us oxygen so we can breathe, while storing the carbon safely into the ground. Trees also cool their surroundings and provide habitats for wildlife, and give us many types of food. Which is why trees are this is why trees are a symbol of climate justice. Supporting the Green New Deal and similar legislation is needed. Just like we have to pay for having our trash taken away, industries will have to pay too for however much carbon they pollute. Then this money can be returned as dividends to the communities that will be most affected by these polluters. Knowledge is power. Learn about emissions from our everyday actions and make good choices. For example, if you really want to fly somewhere for vacation, you could stick to mostly a plant-based diet and try to make your trip as carbon neutral as possible. Trade clothes with friends, repurpose clothes, upcycle, and go thrifting. Don't throw away food when you can compost it. Reduce your waste. It'll just sit in a landfill and create methane, which is a fossil fuel. How does that work though? We don't think that we waste that much money or food, but Americans actually throw away up to 40% of our food every year. And to think that all the fossil fuels used to make and transport the fertilizer, power the harvesting machines used in the agriculture industry, the fuel for the trucks to get the food to the grocery store, and to keep the produce cold between the farm and your table really does rack up a big carbon footprint. Now that you're thinking about it, do you think it's okay that you just casually throw away your food? When we throw away food, it's not just a huge waste of resources and money. It's a significant source of carbon pollution. So next time, just think about what and how much you can eat, and make sure you can save anything as much as you possibly can, and take some for later if you can. Speaking of food, supporting organic farming and local farmers in your community and across the globe is a great way to neutralize your carbon footprint. You should learn about the impact of different food choices as well. The Omnivore's Dilemma is a very good book and a great place to start when thinking about this. You could also watch wonderful films made about our food systems and food-related topics, such as GMO OMG, a history of genetically modified organisms. And best of all, you can grow your own produce. One of the ways we need to address the climate crisis is to look through the systems that have led to the crisis and inequality that made it possible. We can learn from indigenous leaders who are in touch with the wisdom and the earth and traditional practices. We can honor them and let us teach us and guide society to regain these practices, to make these practices popular and common again, and part of our own lives. We can also work together with poverty, going way beyond just giving out canned food. We also must understand that we're all vulnerable to the climate crisis and all must care for one another. And we also must do what we can to help people where they live and where they want to live. But when their country is in danger or threatened, we should be welcoming and supportive for those who need to immigrate into our countries. When we do make purchases, we should really think about these purchases and whether they're really necessary and how how we can buy them in a way that serves the earth best. For example, you can go to Walmart and buy a picture that was mass produced in China, and by doing so, add to the wealth of already a very wealthy family. Or you could buy one like this one in the slide, which is not only beautiful, but will also raise money for the issues that you care about. It's our responsibility to use the wealth that we have to make a better future. We can vote by voting with our dollars.
Judah's up.
All right. So tell your friends tell your friends about the Kelsey Juliana the US. Tell your friends about the okay. Wait, okay, I'm gonna start over. All right. The Kelsey Juliana v. US is a lawsuit brought against the federal government by many youth and their families. They're working to take care of our rights, and you need to have their back. UCW insists we have a right to a safe planet. And wise judges who have ruled on the case have concluded, as in Judge Aiken's words, that we all have a fundamental right to a climate system capable of sustaining human life. All right, next slide.
Okay. Keep clicking
on. Okay. 3 ways in which the Constitution can be used to protect our rights are the public trust doctrine, which goes back to the Roman times, and Amendments 5 and 14. Our rights to the protection, which are our rights to the protection of shared resources, to life, liberty, and poverty, and property, and to be safe from discrimination and from the government putting us in danger. Next one. The goal. The court-ordered science-based national climate recovery. We require both emissions reductions and carbon sequences, which means the storing of carbon safely through pulling greenhouse gases out of the atmosphere and storing them in like stuff like in healthy soil.
Sorry. Next slide.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. This is where you come in. Get out on the streets with thousands of people who mobilized at more than 100 rallies and symbolic demonstrations across the United States and around the world. Once you get started, there are like thousands and thousands of opportunities to bring the subject up and get people thinking and acting. All it takes is an opener, whether it's with like somebody at your school or during a camping trip or just out like a camp or at dinner or something. You can set up an information booth to let your community know about our training, and sell lemonade, strawberry plants to plant, and organic fair trade chocolate to raise money to plant and protect trees. Next one.
And I can't resist this. I'm trying to be quiet, but can I just point out, in case you didn't catch it, there's Mukta over on the far right at our, I believe it was Shabbat dinner. And down here is Julio. And they were both part of a camp, a training we did in the mountains. Thanks.
A major goal of today is giving students the tools to represent our crisis. You can put the climate crisis in your schoolwork, making it whenever possible the subject of reports, essays, book reports, science fair projects, and all of that type of stuff. You can also gain a lot of experience through offering to make presentations for your class, for like schools and businesses and really anything. Yeah, to just give like teaching and stuff like that. We have talked a lot to the media. Our youth have had great experiences reaching out themselves to schedule interviews, and YAE volunteers as well as your own parents can help you get your concerns in front of journalists. It turns out that you don't even have.
Sorry.
It turns out that you don't even have to be old enough to vote to get a political change. In fact, because you are younger, the less you've likely contributed to the problem of climate change, and the more you could be hurt by it. Youth voices are very powerful in this struggle. Yeah. Okay. YAE youth and adults will work with you to help you find the words to be persuasive.
Sorry.
Get to know officials. Make it clear that you will be back and accept them to act in your interest.
I'm sorry. I'll try to stop doing that.
I think it's the one before that.
Sorry, what?
Yeah.
Next.
I'm still on that one.
Okay. You're still okay. Yeah, I hit the button accident a couple times and then totally lost where you were. I'm sorry. Sorry.
No, it's okay. These photos are state legislators and their staff. A middle school student and YAE youth climate leaders testified before a panel of state legislators. A governor and a U.S. senator. And the president of the Republic of Marshall Islands. Next. You could there are a million ways you can use your creativity as a youth climate leader to take action to save your future. You could do a fundraiser and get press to attend, or you could or your own twist on another event, like a truly green shamrock run. Another great way to put your skills to work for movement is to use art. It could be a skit, a rap, a song, new lyrics to an old song, a short or long video, or just like, just like regular art, like drawing or painting about and teaching people about you can get your friends involved who care about the climate together and you can have lots of fun. Maybe you'll play a board game or design one, go for a swim in a nearby river, or just share a nice meal in front of the fire that you made using old untreated fence boards. The great thing about working with other families is that kids and often parents know how to have. We would love your help organizing outings. We're fun. We love to hike. Help us organize. For a really easy start in organizing a team meeting or an activity, you may try a movie night or like a game night or something like that. One of the benefits of doing this work is that you will meet some amazing young people from all around the world. It might be on like something like a Zoom meeting or an international conference or something, but you can really meet so many cool people, young people and older people who are involved a lot in climate change. And remember,
But this
individuals.
was oh, sorry, go ahead.
Next one. And remember, individuals and families working together can make a difference. Do you want to know one last way that family can help? Children are indeed a blessing, but right now the earth has more people than it can handle, especially given our current lifestyle. When you think about having children, please consider bringing a bit, like maybe less children into the world. And if you're looking to have a really big family, maybe consider adopting a child because there are so many children in foster care right now that need your help. Thank you very much for listening. We've talked about a lot of hard things, but also many, many things we can do to give us all better chances at addressing the crisis. Speak the truth to power, like your life and your world depends on it, because they do. We need your help.
Wow, you guys did an amazing job. And I'm sorry about losing the art project. We can talk about that. I can send you an email with more about it, but we've actually got ourselves back on the schedule. And if anybody wants to take a second, go get some water, go to the bathroom, jump up and down, anything, go for it. I'm going to send the message to the parents. You also can, I put this in the chat, you can send a text if you want to invite a friend or a grandparent or anything. This is a good time to do it. You can just share that link with them. Okay. Does anyone have any questions for me? Like, why do I keep hitting the button? I'm sorry about that. Abby has been doing, well, you all have actually. Abby, I'm going to make you the chat goddess for the rest of the time. I'll look at it later. Just remind me to save it. Because that's part of what's happening is I'm trying to either put something in or check or whatever, and then it clicks and then I accidentally forward the slide. So I'll try to keep my hands a little more coordinated for the most part.
I can monitor the chat. So you
That'd be awesome. Yeah, thank you. I just want to, if like someone's going, help, Pam, I want to be able to see it. So as long as you can nudge me or, come on voice and haze, let me know if there's anything I really need to know. Okay. I might be about to pass out from lack of food. So I have some nuts in the kitchen. I am going to run off for a second, chat, whatever you like, run. I will be right back and we'll let them in. Okay, everyone, please turn your cameras on so we can see your beautiful faces. We'll have everybody muted except for those speaking. Anybody, our waiting room is filling up. Anybody have any questions for me? Okay, I'm gonna stick us on. I think Judah is stretching, not asking a question. Is that right? Okay. I'm gonna do a screenshot. So once we get Orla on, and Julio and Kirti, we'll do a picture of everybody. It's not the same as posing by one of Orla's trees, but Julio and Orla, can you hear me? Can we get you on? I'm gonna take a screenshot now because we're not gonna keep brain too long, but we'll. At least we got Orla's picture there. Okay, I want to do an inspirational picture. What do we want to do? Crazy, happy, what? I'm not good at these, but they usually come out pretty good. Kooky, whatever you want. Isaac, call it.
Call what?
Sorry, laughing seems to make me cough today. What should we do? I need some kind of interesting picture. Fist in the air, except you gotta get down so we can see it. What do you want? It's the Zoom thing. A stretch, that'll work. What do you want to do?
I don't know.
Barkov said just smile. I think just smile works.
Smile. Okay, that works. Judah, Julio, join us. Ready, set. Oh, and Arham, would you flip yourself? You know, either stand on your head or flip the screen. Okay, come on. Okay, we'll just do the picture.
I haven't been upside down in years.
Okay, but this is the picture when the parents come in because they're about here. Okay, that'll work. That's perfect. Okay, Orla's got her shirt visible. Oh, I want one. I also need an Earth Guardian shirt. Just saying, Mensa, I'm gonna get one of those. I'm gonna do it. Been an Earth Guardian for a long time, visually even. Okay, ready, set.
Sit down for this.
Yeah, you guys saw my artwork. It's just somebody at the park, you know, hanging out for a 350 event. Okay, let's do another one. Ready, set, smile. Oh, this is beautiful. Okay, let's let him in. Okay. Just gonna get myself ready on this end.
I'm getting lightheaded.
Yeah, that's not good. Okay.
Figured out how to do it.
Okay. Waiting room, what? Oh, whoops. Okay. We have Paula Shanahan and Benjamin Barnett are joining us. Thank you so much for coming. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the welcome, both of you. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the waiting room so other people can just let themselves in now that we're ready to go. Okay, and thanks for waiting. Would you two mind just telling us where you're joining us from? Because we've got quite, I'm kind of feeling bad we left out South America. I'll try to fix that next time, but everybody else is covered in Australia. Yeah, Paula, would you tell us a little bit about yourself and then we'll have the students present.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm in Ireland actually. I'm in Dublin.
Nice.
So yeah, no, it's just that I saw that was happening, and I was talking to Orla from Easy Trees, and I decided to join, but I didn't realize that I was trying to get in. I didn't know how to even access the link, So
Yeah, no, that's
but
great.
anyway, here I am.
Great. We're glad to have you. And Rabbi Benjamin Barnett, tell us.
I'm Benjamin Barnett. I'm in Portland, Oregon, and I'm Judah's dad, and I'm here to see what folks are going to share. It's great to be with you all.
Great. And I'm hoping we had a parent earlier in the parents meeting and one who missed it, who I'm hoping is going to find their way back. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and screen share. And so we've been working really hard today. We did not do the art project we planned, but they'll tell you all about it later. But we had some really amazing speakers. We talked about one who couldn't stay long enough, but who is from Pakistan, who was here for a bit. We had our speaker, Mukta from Bangladesh, Jean-Felix from Rwanda, and Paris currently. I've left somebody out. Help me out. Orla, of course. Okay. It's just been wonderful, like all the rest of you. Let's do this. Bear with me while I find my way to where I need to go. Okay, whoa, way we need to do this. Okay, let's try that once more. Wrong button. Okay, take it away. Jean-Fritz, you're up.
Yes.
Great.
Good afternoon to everybody. I am Jean-Fritz Meunier from Haiti. And it's a pleasure for me to participate in this prestigious presentation, this prestigious program about youth acting for our earth. And next. And these are the leaders who will present you this presentation. Next. So now the question is, what is climate? What is climate crisis? So let's begin by answer this question, which is what is climate crisis? So the climate crisis is a series of changes in the world that are putting people and the rest of the planet at risk. But we say the rest of the planet, so not only people, but every organism, every being. And so in this picture, and in this, we can see the atmospheric cycle of CO2, because climate change is caused by creating more carbon and other greenhouse gases than our environment can support. And when fossil fuels are burned, greenhouse gases, including carbon dioxide, are released into the atmosphere and can remain there, trapping heat for several hundred years. So when we burn fossil fuels to make things, to travel, to heat our home, or use electrical devices, since the late 18th century, we have burned much for fossil fuels that average temperature have dramatically risen worldwide, causing terrible, unpredicted, and dangerous impact. But we can act now to keep things from getting much worse and try to restore our earth. So how we can do that? So we can involve in taking action that can draw down those greenhouse gases, especially the CO2. And why we can plant so many trees, because CO2 is a waste for us, for human being, for other species, but it is a food for the trees. So when we plant more trees, it can be part of a solution to draw down the CO2 in the atmosphere. Next. And this is the greenhouse effect. So until recently, the Earth was blessed with a perfect atmosphere, like a blanket that is just the right warmth. It reflects just enough of the sun's heat and hold just enough to ensure that the Earth temperature is perfect for supporting a great diversity of life. So this blanket is made of greenhouse gases like CO2, water vapor, and methane. This blanket makes the Earth not too cold or not too hot, but just right. So in a good way that we can live, or every organism can live. But when we just destroy this cycle, the Earth will become warmer. So here we can see when the sun rise, some of the, I can say the light or the radiation hit the Earth, and there is this important blanket who keep some of these heat. But when the atmosphere is too dense by some green house gas like CO2, and this heat will kept on this Earth, and this will cause the global warming. And so, as you can understand, it's global. I mean, everybody should be part. So it's not something a micro. It's something that everybody should be involved in. Next, please. So this is the Arctic ice and Greenland ice. So in this picture, we can already see the consequences of the climate crisis. For example, let's look at the ice caps in the Arctic. And as our planet warms, the ice in the polar ice cap is melting. And when this ice is melting, it will have so much water in the seas, and this rising seas will cause a lot of trouble to people who live in the coast. So they will maybe lose their arm, their leg. So can cause can compels them to live to other places. And this picture have been taken. The first picture you have seen have been taken in 1980, and you can see the white pot, how it was big. But in the next picture you will see how it decreased. So that means it become melted. Next. Yeah, so you can see the difference between the Arctic ice and Greenland ice. I mean, it became I can say shorter, and this makes that cause so much water in the sea, and the sea level will up, and that cause a lot of trouble. And this picture have been taken in 2012. Okay, so one of the dangers of this melting comes from the reflecting potential of the Arctic. Snow and ice reflect sunlight like an enormous mirror. And this process is called the reflectivity potential. And it's one of the systems that has kept our planet comfortable. Next, please. So this chart is very important to analyze, to see. And it shows the relationship between rising carbon dioxide and global temperature. The more carbon dioxide we have, the higher temperature we will have. And the climate has never been like this in all of human history. We have never lived in a climate like that before. And that caused the earth to get warmer. But this caused also because we made what we call pollution. I mean, we have too many things that we cannot use. So, and for example, and when you have so many things and you have to throw some of them, that will cause some of these greenhouse gas to increase. So I mean, you increase also the quantity of ppm of CO2 that exists in the atmosphere. And so if we can see here, essential get back to 350 ppm and 1 degree Celsius. So with a max peak of ppm, it will be warmer. So by 2100, so the temperature, if we keep acting like this, the quantity of heat, quantity of degree will get up, and it will be very hard for our generation to live in a world. So even now it's very difficult because so many forests are burning, erosion, a lot of trouble, a lot of global issues. Next, please. And the largest source of global warming pollution is the burning of fossil fuels. So our burning of fossil fuels has gone up dramatically. This is the largest source of global warming. Fossil fuels includes hydrocarbon has increased, and when this is increasing of those greenhouse gas, and that will cause the earth to get warmer. So what we can do right now is try to use other alternative to stop burning those fossil fuels, to stop digging the ground to look for petrol. But even though it's necessarily, but we have to look for other alternative so that our future generation can live in a world, in a safer world. So why we have to act now? Like I just said, we have we will have kids. I mean, we have to prepare a future for our kids. So right now we have to act. We have to try to to get down to to draw down the effect of those greenhouse gas. And we have not to delay, because the longer we wait, the longer we delay, the less effective we can act. For example, if in these two picture on the right, in the first picture we see a very we see a fire. So if we let this fire go up and to become in this very in the second picture up, it would be difficult to set off this fire. But if you act in the first in the picture down, that means we can kill the fire without any trouble. And it's the same thing for the climate crisis. So if we wait until years who will come, it will be very difficult for us to act. So we need to take action right now. So what is climate change? Something I should care, or we should care, or everybody should care. Next. So let's take an example of these two pictures. So it's a comparison of the melting of a glacier. And the first picture was about have been taken about 100 years ago. And this is the Elliott Glacier on Mountain Hood in Oregon. And we used to love looking at the snow and ice shining and brilliant, right? But now look at how it has changed. So we have seen the first picture with a lot of ice, but in the second picture, even this ice have been melted, and this caused a lot of trouble, because when the ice is melted, and some species who live in this ice will also disappear. So we know a lot of polar species, they really need need this ice to live and to grow. It's the same thing for us. We cannot live in a world which is very warm. I mean, if for example, if our world became very warmer with about, I don't know, 60 or 70 degrees, it will be very hard for us, even though we are very intelligent, to live. And it's the same for other species. So they are really in trouble. But sometimes we do not even know, we do not even care about that. It's the reason why we have to take action, and we have to care. Everybody have to care, not only about ourselves, but also about every species. Next, please. So I think this picture is explained by itself. I do not really have so much thing to say about that, because you can see a dryness of a land with a very short amount of water, and that can cause a lack of water. And I'm wondering if we have taken a picture like this in the past 1 or 2 centuries, how it would be. Maybe flourish with a lot of species. But look how it is right now. So the heat is causing extreme heat, severe and long-lasting drought and shortages of water worldwide, even in places where it should be plentiful. Next slide, please. Yeah, and that is one of the greatest worldwide issue. That is worldwide wildfires. So in some places like Eagle Creek, in the Columbia River, and we have also the Amazon, where there are some forest, and right now they are on fire. So it's something we have to start, because when a fire is burning, it's not, we do not only lose our I mean our houses, our money, but we lose some spaces that really important for us. So thank you so much. So I think another one will continue the presentation. Thank you so much.
Go for it, Arham. Sorry, I didn't realize this muted. Your turn.
So for 100 years, there was only one major fire that burned a few 100,000 acres of land. However, since 2003, there's been around 7 major fires, bigger, that burned more land and so this is how California looked like before the fires. Next slide. And this is how California looked like after the fires passed. Everything burnt. So the global warming is causing sea levels to rise from the ice caps melting. So areas near the coast got flooded. This is a picture of a place near the coast before it got flooded. And this is the same place, but it is flooded. And here you can see the comparison between the two areas. People. This is one of the results of what happens when a place got flooded, but it was near an oil refinery. So there was oil washed away everywhere. The trees ended up soaking up oil went down the drains and into the oceans and rivers, and a lot of areas got polluted. So basically, all of this is saying to ban fracking.
Kirti, great job. Thank you, Arham. Kirti, you're up next.
So, as Pope Francis said, the gravest effects of all attacks on the environment are suffered by the poorest. Next slide. This photo came to us from a home in Bangladesh. Flooding happens to many lives in the American South. Next slide. It is not only the poor or poor countries that will be affected. This map of North America shows in light blue where the ocean swelled by melted polar ice caps would cover existing lands. If this feels very far in the future, it's not. It's happening now. Next slide. It's natural that many people want to hope that the climate crisis isn't happening or that science or politicians will somehow make everything okay. This tendency means that most of us aren't paying attention to what's going on around the world. This is a photo of a sunny day in Miami, Florida, that shows streets flooded with water. But people who live in Miami are seeing that the sea level has already risen enough that the streets there flood, not due to rain or storms, but due to the rise in sea level. Next slide. Large regions and even whole nations could vanish under the waves, like the Republic of the Marshall Islands. Homes like this one in a place like the Marshall Islands are already being flooded and damaged by rising waters. If we don't stop climate change, it will cause many people to become climate refugees. Roughly a third to half of the global population live near the coast. If they lost their communities and homes and had to move, it would cause unimaginable suffering for both them and the communities for which they try to flee to. Current estimates are that in 2014 alone, 19.3 million people fled climate-related calamities. Often, the groups of people who are least responsible for the climate crisis suffer the most. This is why it's essential to support organizations in marginalized communities that are fighting for climate justice. Next slide. Around the world, people from cities like London, Paris, and countries like Bangladesh are being impacted by droughts and flooding. The climate refugees in this photo are trying to reach Europe to find a new home, sailing on a fishing boat from North Africa across the Mediterranean Sea. Many people get drinking water from rivers and streams that are created by glaciers. Glaciers melting means that drinking water will become scarce. Millions of people will flee from droughts, hunger, and violence, hoping to find better living conditions. People will try to move to places that are less affected, like Europe and North America, leading to crowding. Next slide. So this leads us to the big question: how can we help? Well, the first step is to empower ourselves and others of all ages. You've already taken a step with joining this YAE training. Together, we must reduce greenhouse gas emissions. At the same time, we must work hard and fast to naturally draw and store the CO2 that is already in the atmosphere. You can't fix a problem with the same misguided way of thinking that got you into trouble in the first place. Now's the time to draw upon ancient wisdom traditions that have not forgotten about the importance of being in balance with nature. An important thing to remember is that individual actions matter. However, collective action is what we need most. We have already taken an important step by joining the Youth Acting for Our Earth. With your help, we will work together to advocate for our planet and all its creatures. Next slide. There are some really amazing and wonderful people who have cleared a path for you. One person can make a big difference. Next slide. When we finish our training today, you will be YAE Youth Climate Leaders. You can individually and together have a lot of great ideas. Team up with each other and your parents to carry them out. You can also get your families to organize local monthly meetings and fun activities in nature so you can work and play with other families who are working to protect what is at stake. You can also get your school to stop buying food with genetically modified ingredients. And volunteering to help lead future youth climate trainings is another step you can take. With a pen and mic, you can make a difference.
The technology of CO2-free future already exists, and the cost of things like solar panels is getting cheaper every day. Ignore the misinformation campaigns and do your own research or listen to reputable organizations. Remember, we must dramatically reduce our lifestyle-related CO2 emissions worldwide immediately. The sooner we do it, the happier we'll be. Next slide. Adults in our life need you to make your own lifestyle changes, like playing in pickup games instead of youth sport leagues, which have high carbon footprint. Pausing that video at least when you're not watching it. If you model good behavior and tell them about your concerns, they will usually listen and perhaps follow your lead. Bring reusable cups, straws, utensils, checkout containers, and bags with you. There's just no excuse for using disposables. So tell the companions you don't want their trash, and remember to say no thank you when someone tries to give you a disposable anything. Next slide, please. Methane is another greenhouse gas that is even more dangerous and powerful than CO2. Cattle raised using intensive livestock farming and being fed corn and soy produce a lot of methane. But grass-fed and holistic management practices are better for cattle and contribute to improving climate crisis. And the same food that is healthier for the earth is healthier for us too. You will thrive by sticking to grass-fed beef and mostly produce-based diet.
Hey, Isaac.
Yeah. Besides stopping greenhouse gas emissions, one of the most important things that we can do to combat the climate crisis is to plant trees and protect the ones that are already protecting us. Trees are essential for the natural carbon cycle. They pull carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere for us and releasing oxygen so that we can breathe and sequester the CO2 back into the soil. Trees cool their surroundings and provide habitats and food for all types of animals, plants, and species, including us. That's why trees are the symbol for climate justice. Supporting the Green New Deal and similar legislation would also be a form of climate justice. Just like we have to pay for having our trash to be taken away, industries would have to do the same with their carbon emissions. This money can be used and returned as dividends to everyone, especially in those communities where the pollution would most affect them and in most need of basic income, and would also pay for programs that would enrich those communities. Knowledge is power, and learning about emissions from your everyday actions and making good choices is one good place to start. For example, if you really want to fly somewhere for a vacation, you could stick to a mostly plant-based diet while you're there and or grass-fed beef in order to keep your overall emissions down. You could trade clothes with friends, recycle your old clothes, hand down to younger siblings or friends, or you could upcycle your clothes to make new pieces that are unique and cool. And also, don't throw away that food. Save money, save food, and save our atmosphere. But how does that work? Apparently, Americans throw away up to 40% of our food annually. Think of all the fossil fuels that are used to make the fertilizer, power the big factories and trucks used in the agricultural industry. The food getting to the food to the grocery store and keeping the produce cold in between the farm and the grocery store, and then for that matter, the gas from the car from the grocery store to your home. Now that we're thinking about it, do you think it's just casually okay to throw away your food? Our ancestors knew that food was very valuable, and we can relearn this wisdom today. When we throw away food, it's a huge waste of resources and money and water. It's a significant source of carbon pollution, especially since most of our food waste goes into landfills, which just creates methane, another greenhouse gas. So just take what you think you can eat and make sure that if you have stuff left over to take it home or compost it when you get home. Something like a coconut shell or even just leftover Olive Garden or something. Speaking of food, supporting local organic farms and organic products in your community and across the globe is a very good way to cut your carbon emissions down. And learning about the impacts of different food choices, like a very good place to start where to educate yourself would be reading The Omnivore's Dilemma. It's a book by Michael Pollan, and it's one of those nonfiction books that reads like a well-written novel. Or you could watch wonderful movies made about food and other food options, such as GMO OMG, which talks about the concerns of genetically modified organisms. Best of all, you can grow your own produce in your own yards or wherever you have outdoor space. It's fun, good exercise, and good for your soul. One of the ways that we need to address the climate crisis, though, is through looking at the systems that have led us to the climate crisis and the inequality that makes it possible. We can learn from indigenous leaders who are still in touch with the wisdom of traditional practices, and we can honor them and let them teach us how to regain these practices in our own lives. We can also work together to reduce poverty by going way beyond just giving canned food or doing canned food drives. We must understand that we are all vulnerable to the climate crisis and we must all take care of one another. We must also do what we can to help people stay and live where they want to live. But when their homes are destroyed by freak weather events, we also need to be welcoming and supportive for those who need to migrate to safer countries like ours, where they'd be more protected from these events. When we do make purchases, let's also think about those purchases a little bit deeper, whether they're necessary and how we can buy them and in a way buy them in a best way to serve our earth. For example, you can go to Walmart and buy a poster for your room that's a mass-produced product from China. And by doing so, you just add to the wealth of a very wealthy family already who has investments in fossil fuel companies. Or you could buy a poster that is like the picture at the back of this slide right here, that is not only beautiful, but the proceeds will also raise money for the issues that you care about. It is our responsibility to use the wealth that we have to make a better future. We can do this by supporting nonprofit groups, including B Corp and companies that seek to make a better life for everyone in the planet and not just for the wealthy. We can vote with our dollar.
Take it away.
Kelsey Juliana v. U.S. is a lawsuit brought against the federal government by youth, their families, and their legal team. They are working to take care of our rights, and we need to have their back. Youth v. Gov insists that we have a right to a safe planet. And wise judges who have ruled on the case have concluded, as in Judge Aiken's words, that we all have a fundamental right to a climate system capable of sustaining human life. Next. 3 key ways in which the Constitution can be used to protect our rights are the public trust doctrine, which goes back to the Roman times, and Amendments 5 and 14, which are our rights to protection of shared resources, to life, liberty, and property, and to be safe from discrimination and from the government putting us in danger. The goal, a court-ordered, science-based national climate recovery plan. We require both emissions reductions and carbon sequences, which means the storing of carbon safely, mainly in like wood and healthy soils and things like that. This is where you come in. Get out in the streets with thousands of people who mobilized at more than 100 rallies and symbolic demonstrations across the United States and around the world in supporting in supporting this case. Next. Once you get started, you'll see 1,000 potential opportunities to bring the subject up and get people thinking and acting. All it takes is an opener, whether with a school principal during a camping trip, during like a summer camp, in a checkout line, in a lunch room, or even at dinner. You can set up an information booth to let your community know about our trainings and sell lemonade, strawberry plants to plant, and organic fair trade chocolate to raise money to plant and protect trees. Okay. A major goal of today is giving students the tools to present about the crisis. You can also gain a lot of experience through often to make presentations for your classes, for your school, and for other schools, and for businesses to try to get them to move to 100% clean energy or meet their goals. And you can incorporate the climate crisis into your schoolwork, and really into any work, just like telling people about it and like your family and yeah. Yeah. All right. Talk to the media. Our youth have had a great experience reaching out themselves to schedule interviews, and YAE volunteers, as well as your own parents, can help you get your concerns in front of journalists. It turns out that you don't even have to be old enough to vote to get political change. In fact, because the younger you are, the less you likely contributed to the problem of climate change, and the more you could be hurt by it. Youth voices are very powerful in this struggle. YAE youth and adults will work with you to help you find the words to be persuasive. In these photos, are state legislators and their staff. A middle school student and YAE youth climate leaders testify before a panel of state legislators, a governor, a U.S. senator, and the president of the Republic of Marshall Islands. There are millions of ways you can use your creativity as a youth climate leader to take action to save your future. You can get the attention of important decision makers by taking political action, such as organizing a demonstration, rally, or march. Or your families can join ones already planned. And and if you don't want to like get out in the streets or anything, you can do fundraisers and donate money to organizations that are helping. Another great way to put your skills to work for movement, be effective and have fun is to create some art. It could be a skit, a rap, a song, new lyrics to an old song, or a short or long video. Or it could just be like classic art, like a painting or a drawing about the climate. Get your friends who care about the climate together and have fun. Maybe you'll play a board game or design one. Go for a swim in the nearby river, or just maybe like share a meal in front of a fire that you made using old untreated transport. Next, we would love your help organizing outings. We're fun. We love to hike. Help us organize. For a really easy start in organizing a team meeting or an activity, try a movie night. And it doesn't even have to be a movie. It can be like a game night or just like a hike through the woods or something like that. It'd be pretty good. One of the benefits of doing this work is that you will meet some amazing young people from all around the world. It might be on like a Zoom meeting or an international conference, but the main thing is you get to meet a bunch of really cool young or older people who are really passionate about the climate. Next. And remember, individuals and family working together can make a difference. This is a family that started YAE. Do you want to know one last thing about couples and families? How couples and families can help? Children are indeed a blessing, but right now the earth has more people than it can handle, especially given our current lifestyle. When you think about having children, please consider bringing fewer children into the world and look into adding to your family through adopting a child or becoming a foster parent. So if you really want to have like a bigger family, you can just think about adopting, because there are millions of children in need that will love your family. Yeah. Thank you very much for listening. We've talked about a lot of hard things, but also about many, many things that we can do to give us all a better chance of addressing the crisis. Speak truth to power, like your life and your world depends on it, because it does. We need your help.
Thank you so much. You did an amazing job, all of you. I would love it if you guys would come off mute for just a second and do a round of applause for them, because they've worked really hard today. And we didn't even get to feed them directly, which has driven me nuts. So thank you so much, you guys. Our morning leaders too, who did a wonderful job.
It was wonderful.
All of them for their first time also. First time, which actually we didn't bring this up earlier, but so I've given it away. But in case those students among you are wondering, the 4 core youth leaders for today had never led a training before today. Yeah, one took it in 2017, 2 years ago, and 2 last year, and then one even more recently. So really awesome job. I'm trying to see if one of our guest speakers is going to be able to make it, but what we'd like to do is to turn it over to Julio. And if you would mind making whatever marks you would like to do, that would be wonderful. I'm going to go ahead and have you unmute yourself, Julio.
I forget to do it. I'm so sorry.
There's Albert Edwards is a bit of quick humor. So yeah, I know there's a great joke going around. I can't quite do it justice, but there's this like Jewish tradition about like, why is this night different from all other nights around Passover? And the answer is because tonight we can mute Uncle Fred at the end of the year.
Sorry, so sorry. But anyway, it was a pleasure to be with you, with the group, and I was very exciting to be there. So I am Julio from Haiti. Last 4 years, I think I was in Oregon. I was there 2016. 2016 I was there. But I come from Haiti, but in the south of Haiti. You know, Haiti is an island, but I really appreciate that those kids are fighting for the climate justice. This is the main point that I really appreciate, the climate justice, because when we live in the coastal area, when sometime, because climate change, one of the consequences is the sea level rise. You can't imagine that. We have a beach over there, a very big land of And when we have a little island, and they call it Tambola, but in our language, in French, they call it like island of lovers, because people meet together every day over there. And cause climate change, you cannot see this Tambola or this little island right now. Sometimes I let people understand this is the direct consequence from the climate change for another island. It's why when we say that the climate change is a global issue, people have to keep that in their mind. When you do a little thing in your country, you can help us in another country. It's really important. Sea level rise close some do some calamities for people who live next to the coastal area. And some of them sometimes have to move to the mountain. They live the, when we have some hurricane, because in the start of Haiti, almost every year we have 2 or 4 big hurricanes. You can, by the time I was studying in the US, maybe we can remember the Hurricane Matthew. The Hurricane Matthew, we hit us a lot over there. And I think we can do individual action, we can do collective action, we can empower youth like I did at home. I have a lot of kids that I teach them how they can help to handle this kind of problem, because in Haiti, we have 2 big environmental issues like deforestation and garbage disposal. We try to help those kids to have another behavior by teaching them with, in their school, we put some garbage and and we help them to do some tree nurseries too. And the main point that I really encourage people, it's we need action now. We need action because in those countries, we have less pollution. Like for the poor country like Haiti, we have less pollution. Other countries, they pollute more than us. It's why we need the climate justice. And I really encourage those kind of things. It was, like I told you, it was a pleasure to be with you. And I hope soon we will have another opportunity to participate in those kind of things. And I think everybody to keep that in their mind. We can do things individually, we can do things collectively too. But now, no more word, we need more action. Together, plant trees, teach other people, try to let them make some, to let them understand this. It's not just a joke, but it's real, it's serious, this kind of problem, the climate change. Thank you to everybody. And I hope that I will meet you another time, like I can say. Okay. Thank you, Pam, to invite me, and thank you to the panel. And it was, wow, it's really exciting. I was there. I passed the half of the day, but it's really, really interesting to be there.
Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Resonates.
Yeah. Yeah. Keep working hard. Okay. And
yeah,
on side, I will do what I can in my side, but in your side, we can let people, make them take conscience about those kind of problems. It's a real problem. Okay. It's a real problem.
One of the reasons I especially want to thank our VIP guests and Rabbi Benjamin and the rest of you as well is that you would think I did spend a lot of time reaching out and have gotten some wonderful students in this training. But a common thing when you first start talking to people about this is, oh, well, I have soccer. And I know, and I'm sure, and my kids are like, why the heck didn't we do more soccer? But there's always so many reasons, right, not to act. And so somehow we have to overcome that. And your words really help us toward that, I think. David, who it looks like may not be able to join us, for example, he's from Kenya, but he's been working on a few projects. He was trying to help support himself by growing sugarcane. He's done youth climate trainings for Plant for Planet. Then he thought he would help by distributing solar lanterns. He worked with a nonprofit. And when he started bringing solar lanterns to people who had no electricity, he realized there were all these mothers who were widows, who had no husband. The husband had died. They were caring for their own, possibly other children, and they didn't have a bed to sleep on. There was no mattress on the floor. Then he thought, okay, maybe I can find some kind people to donate money. So he started hauling beds with the solar lanterns. So, it's an example of what one person can do. Mensa, would you be so kind as to be our, what looks like our last VIP? And if you put your, yeah, there we go.
Okay, thank you, Pam. Thank you for making this happen. Thank you for this event. I think it is a great success. I'm very happy to attend it, and it is very instructive, and I'm happy to see Isaac, Abby, Ellie, and all the colleagues deliver this message about climate action. It's very powerful, and I appreciate highly the maturity in delivering the message, the quietness, the calm, the understanding of climate action, and the role about being advocating for climate action. And I'm just happy for them. I'm just happy for them. I think I don't have a great thing to tell them to do. I think we all here. And another thing I really appreciate is the fact that we have people from different area. I'm from Togo in West Africa. Mr. Julio from IT, or I don't know the word pronunciation.
Oh, at least on my end, we just froze after talking about Julio. I'm gonna guess you'll come back in a second. Yeah, Haiti, we had more or less Kenya, Bangladesh, Ireland. Leaving out. Yeah. Ooh. Can anybody else hear Mensa, or is it just totally frozen? No? Okay. Well, he's coming back. I want to add something. Second, I see him moving again. Oops, maybe he left and is coming back. That works sometimes. He is the director for Earth Guardians in Africa, and Earth Guardians has this really special relationship with the, oh, you're back.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
sorry, I have a little problem of internet.
Yeah, no, go for it.
Yeah, so I was saying I highly appreciate also the fact that we have many people from different area, from IT, like IT, yes, Mr. Julio from IT. I'm from Togo, people from Orla from Ireland and others. So, and also I appreciate also that the fact that it's not only young people here, we have adults supporting young people. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, it's great.
We have all adults supporting young people to make this a reality. As Mr. Julius said, we need action more than speech, more than talk. And this event is not only a talk, but I think it is also action that demonstrates how young people can do. And if we spread what is done to them, maybe we bring some young people from another countries in Africa, Kenya, and other continents. We can make a very great movement where young people can come together, share ideas, and change the world. And I really want to thank you once again. Never stop awareness, never stop planting tree, and yeah, and continue the good work. At Guardian Africa are really available to work with you. We are present actually in 23 countries in Africa, French-speaking country, also English and Portuguese. We are open for any collaboration to work with young people to make, sorry, to make a success all the value we are sharing and make our objective. Okay. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. 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 So I was saying we are very open to collaborate to make all our project a success. So thank you for making this happen, and I can only encourage you to continue in this way. Thank you.
Thank you so much for speaking, and for being here. It's really awesome to have you. And one thing I started to say when your audio went out, but I don't want to finish, was that it has Earth Guardians has a special relationship with the Juliana versus US case. I don't know the story of it, but there's 21 youth plaintiffs. There is an adult plaintiff who is essentially the plaintiff of the guardian of future generations. So we mentioned Jim Hansen earlier, the climate scientist. Well, he is standing up as all of them really, but he especially for future generations. And then Earth Guardians is a named plaintiff on the case as well. So if you're saying to yourself, as one grandmother said to me last night, she had run her grandson to be able to be on the case and he wanted to do that, that if you join Earth Guardians, which you basically just go on their website and kind of tell them about yourself and what you want to do and find out where local groups are near you. When you do that, you become part of this amazing federal lawsuit, which we've not talked about too much today, but it is really groundbreaking, and it drives me bonkers that it's been going on forever. But it's because, sad to say, even the Obama administration fought it, then Trump fought it tooth and nail, and now we're praying and working, and all of you can help work too, to help President Biden and Vice President Harris have the courage, because it takes courage. I have no doubt about that, to stand against the oil companies and stand for a future with the youth. So I want to thank you all so much. We don't get to march you up and do like a formal graduation ceremony. So I'm going to do instead is we're going to switch back to gallery view. So if your camera's not on, if you put it on, parents go for it too. We'll do another screen shot. Judah and Ricken, do you want to put yours on? And Sundara-san. I'm going to give you a count of 3, so I don't keep you forever. Hey, Judah. Hey, Ricken, you around? Let's do it. 1, 2, 3. You want to do a silly picture? I couldn't get a silly picture earlier, nor could I get Arham to flip. So we could all try to flip like Arham and go upside down. But then you should do the same, right? So we could try that. Do you want to try it? Yeah, let's do it. Come on. You need to get up, right? We've been sitting too long. Oh, wait, how am I going to press the buttons if I'm upside down? Okay, I can do this. I've done everything other button press wrong. I'd be able to do this. You only can have a second. Ready? Okay. Am I in the picture? I can't see because look at the buttons. Okay. Oops, I definitely did not get the right sound back. Okay, ready, set, go. Okay, I'm on the chat again. I do that all the time, don't I? Sorry, guys, for all that. Okay, 1, 2, last attempt. Ha! Well, that was a winner. Okay, so.
You want a shortcut for rotating the screen?
Oh, it's more fun to rotate myself, but yeah, tell me.
So go up to the shield with the check mark in it.
Mm-hmm.
And then go to video. and then at the top of the video, then just click rotate 90 degrees.
Okay, so we've got it. Okay, well, I'll know that for the future. And also thank you for everybody who kept off the backgrounds. I know that can be tempting and hard. If any of our guests want to say anything with some lovely stuff in the chat, feel free. I'm just going to mention one little thing more about the kind of graduation piece of it. But if anybody who joined us wants to speak, please do. You can just come off mute and go for it.
Oh, I'll just say thank you very much to Pam for organising this, and we've planted a tree for you here in Ireland for everyone who attended the event today. I'll send you some certificates, Pam, that you can send on to people in due course.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
I just want to say, Pam, that I've only joined maybe a little late, but I'm fairly impressed. I am. Well done.
Thank you so much. Yeah, please.
Oh, I just wanted to say thank you so much for organizing this. Unfortunately, I couldn't stay all till the end. You know, I had to leave the meeting because I had like other meetings at my university. But thank you so much for organizing that. And also, if you want some positivity during COVID and, you know, while we fight this climate crisis, we actually, so Orla and I made a Jerusalem Advance Challenge video, which is on YouTube. So yeah, you guys can see it.
Yeah, can you stick the link in the chat? That would be great.
Yeah, I'll put it in there. Yeah, we'll have a link as well for our TEDx conference coming up on the 29th.
Great.
Thanks, Nancy, for mentioning that.
And if anybody knows, I'm sure I set up to record the chat. This is why I had to buy a computer with a lot of space. As we all know, who around me, we have a lot of work to do on that. But anyway, what I wanted to say is that we have some gifts that we're going to be sending you. Nothing super terrific, but there's a few things that Plant for the Planet has graciously allowed us to pass on to you. And whatever else I'll scrounge that might be interesting. So for example, we had Judah has the distinction of being the one student who registered in time to get a few things sent in the mail. He's smiling. Sorry, we didn't get to the whole art project. We'll figure that one out later. But the one thing I could grab without missing any of your wonderful speech was Tree by Tree. And I want to mention this to the adults too. This is one of those like great kids books, looks really neat. Like some on our website that also appear to be for kids, I strongly suggest you sit down and read it because it's basically a manual for organizing and works just as well if you are 23 or 63. And just for the heck of it, look really carefully at some of the pictures in there because you might find somebody that you saw on the call today when they were much younger. So some of these folks have been at it like Mensa for quite a while. So again, thank you so much. I'll look for emails from us, and we would especially love if any of the young adults or older adults on the call feel they have some time to help. It doesn't take that much, but we have a sister program in Seattle that has been able to get people together more. They've done all kinds of really neat things like, busking for tree planting. So, they'll go out with their guitar and their violin and their drum and they'll play on a street corner, collect money and, plant 100 trees after an hour on the street. So there's some pretty fun things that you can do. And it's serious stuff, but I am trying to catch up with paying for college tuition for my kids. And that piece, I forgot who led that slide, but, bring it up. I've been doing a lot of take a deep breath. Oh, I could bring up climate change in the middle of my helping you choose which iPad or computer to buy. And, people are increasingly understanding and receptive and really want to talk about this. So thank you all for being here. Sorry we went a little long, but you take care and I'll send some more about kind of what we had planned for the art project, because that would be a really neat family project too. Any last words from anybody but me?
Thank you, Pamela, for all the initiative. It was very nice. Like we had a wonderful half day with a lot of information, and hope all the kids would have loved it, like preparing a preparation and a presentation and then presenting it in a very short time, right? So it was good. Yep.
Yeah, definitely. And I think I want to share one more thing, if that's okay, about where your son and also Kirti go to school, which is where Miko and Isaac went to school. That was a journey with climate change, because when they started as sixth graders there, it wasn't that easy. And, basically, I don't know if Isaac wants to tell his piece of this, or he just stuck out. So there's been a few stories, but for example, one of my kids was told essentially, well, and actually this is, I think now an official policy. This is an official thing, I'm sure, being promoted by the fossil fuel industry. But one of the teachers at this otherwise really good school said, well, like, why are you really want to talk about this? It's not like you can do anything about it, or it's not really happening. She was taking that line. Well, that teacher, 3 years later, one of the others had her again. Suddenly she's showing an inconvenient truth. So your actions really make a difference. Miko's like stunning example is she was preparing for her bat mitzvah, the coming of age ceremony that you do as a Jewish young person. So she's like 12, and we started talking to this person for whom I would like prayers. Her name is Kiana, or any good thoughts you can send her way, because she got some really scary stuff, and she has brain surgery on Monday. I have another friend with also bad situation like that. But when Miko talked with her about the fact that Kiana had started this nonprofit to help in the Marshall Islands, Kiana's like, no, yeah, we're not talking about climate change. That's not relevant. And I was too. Miko essentially said, excuse me? Like, the Marshall Islands is 7 feet on average above sea level. It's relevant. And when she and I got to visit, you could literally see this wide, beautiful beach was suddenly a strip and the water had come in. And now you get a chance, go to livingislands.org, and you will see that they are acknowledging and trying to help the Marshall Islands with climate change. So that's just 2 tiny examples. But, Miko and Isaac start out just like you guys, except probably younger and more nervous, I think. At least you came across very poised. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you, Pam.
You're welcome.
Thanks,
Bye,
everyone.
Pam. Thank you.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.
All right, take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Great fun. We'll meet
Bye.
everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. So good to see you, Mensa. Thank you, Bhargav. You are wonderful.
Thank you too, Pam.
Yeah. Yeah, a million thanks. Yeah, it was so great that you were here. And it was so funny because I didn't know that you were, was it like co-director for Africa for Earth Guardians? I mean, you were active in it until I was literally on with David going, well, I think Mensa's going to join us. And he's on the Earth Guardians website because we were talking about Earth Guardians. I'm like, oh, that's nifty.
I see.
You never got to meet my husband. Can I introduce you real quick? This is
Hello.
Rob. This is Mensa.
Hi. Hello. Hi.
Oh, you're fine. Yes, I remember when we were in Germany, you have a video call with him.
Oh yeah.
I remember.
Wow, Orla's buzzing me. That would be David, who did show up. The other David didn't show up, but David, our dog.
Have to take out for a walk.
Okay, before I let you go, I'm gonna try to copy this chat because I'm sure I did, but I don't want to find out later I didn't, because there was lots of good stuff in it I didn't get to read. Okay. Yeah, well, it's so good talking to you. I have project in the works, but I'll start with getting my shirt. So yeah, well, keep in touch, definitely, please.
No, thank you very much. I'm very happy that this event was also a success.
Yeah, I don't want to impose anymore, but if you felt like you had time to sit down and write even a paragraph about it, or page or paragraph or whatever, and send it to me, I'd love that.
Okay,
Just
perfect.
from your perspective.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah.
You've already got the book, so let's do that. Find something nice. Take care. And if you ever get the chance to come this way, please let us know. We always have somewhere for you to sleep and some kind of food. Maybe not great, but something interesting. You take
Okay.
care. Bye-bye.
Bye.